Right, so we are welcome back to class, and we would be looking at the third module of the Scrum Master training. In the two previous modules, we looked at Scrum the Framework in the first module, and in the second module, we looked at Scrum Fundamentals. On the Scrum Framework, we looked at what Scrum is. We discussed about the origin of Scrum. We also looked at how Scrum works. Then from there, we went to the empiricism of Scrum. From there, we went to the values of Scrum, and we ended the first module with what makes Scrum Scrum. And on the second module, which is Scrum Fundamentals, we looked at the role of the product owner, followed by the Scrum Master, then the developer. Then that makes reference, or those three make reference to the three roles in Scrum, from where we looked at the 5 events in Scrum, which are the sprint planning, the sprint review, the sprint retrospective, the daily Scrum, and the sprint itself. We also looked at 2 other meetings of relevance to Scrum, and those 2 are the backlog refinement and the parking lot. From where we looked at the second 3 in the 353, talking about the 3 artifacts in Scrum, which are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the product increment. It's been a wonderful time going through the basics of Scrum. So in this module, just as we can see from the screen, we would be looking at the essential roles, or the essential role of the Scrum Master. The essential role of the Scrum Master. So we are branching off what Scrum is to then now look at the Scrum Master, which this training proper focuses on. All right, so let's jump right into the class. So who is a Scrum Master? That's where we want to start from now. Of course, from the previous modules, we have good understanding of who the Scrum Master is, but we want to narrow down a little more to x-ray the role Scrum Master itself. So who is a Scrum Master? And we'll start from this. I would give us about 30 seconds, or let's make it about 1 minute, for us to look at this picture on the pictures or characters, better word, characters on the screen, that's on the slide, and have some understanding what these characters represent. What or who is the Scrum Master? The Scrum Master is an essential role in the Scrum Framework. Essential role in the Scrum Framework. Of course, from previous classes, we know that in a Scrum team, there are those 3 roles: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the developers. So the Scrum Master is an essential role in the Scrum Framework, responsible for facilitating the team's progress and ensuring that the team follows the Scrum process. So the Scrum Master facilitates team's progress. Anything that would make up the team's progress is what the Scrum Master would focus on, and also ensures that the team follows Scrum process. Scrum process. He ensures or she ensures that the team follows Scrum process. The Scrum Master also is responsible for removing impediments, of course, which we often call blockers, that may be blocking the team progress. So at any time the Scrum Master observes that there is a blocker, um, developers mostly would relate to that, most often from the daily stand-up. But in practice, a good Scrum Master also would encourage the team members not to wait until the daily stand-up before they begin to raise out when they have impediments. They should be able to do that on the board, which we've gone through in the previous lessons. So it's important that a good Scrum Master trains the team to be able to deliver that. Then the Scrum Master is the custodian, the conscience, and the guardian of Scrum. It's like the Yoda of Scrum. Oh, you're not meant to see that other slide. Okay. So the Scrum Master is the custodian of the conscience and the guardian of Scrum. So I asked us to take a moment to look at these characters, these 8 characters, and try to make our guesses what these characters represent. So could you just list out, get a piece of paper with your pen and list out what these characters are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'll give us just a few seconds to please write those ones out. In our own words, what do we think these characters represent? Few more seconds. I hope we're noting them down. I really need us to note them down. Of course, we'll be unveiling what these characters are, but I want us to begin to be able to compare what our thoughts are to what these characters are. So a few more seconds, then we continue in a bit. Pens up. All right, so let's look at what these characters are. These characters represent the Scrum Master. So these 8 characters are the capacities the Scrum Master should have. So while we unveil and talk through them or discuss around each of those characters, I would also need us to make some effort to picture this in our minds. So at any time anyone asks you who a Scrum Master is, just picture these 8 characters in your mind and you would have a lot to talk about who a Scrum Master is. And you can also reflect and relate yourself in that perspective as a Scrum Master. So let's go. The first one, we'll look at the first 4, then the next 4, or the last 4. The first 4 are: the Scrum Master is an impediment remover. The Scrum Master is a facilitator. The Scrum Master is a team coach. The Scrum Master serves also as a teacher. Let's look at all these 4. So when we say the Scrum Master is an impediment remover, what do we make reference to? This tells us that the Scrum Master is responsible for identifying and addressing any obstacles or barriers that could hinder the progress of the Scrum team. So any obstacle or barrier or barriers that could hinder the progress of the Scrum team would be referred to as an impediment. Impediments can come in various ways, of course, but let's just note that anything that would serve as a barrier that would not make the team to progress further would be an impediment. And the Scrum Master should be able to identify those early, of course, through continuous engagement with the developers precisely. Is not the one doing the work of development, but is there with them, supporting them. So as soon as any of them observe a blocker or an impediment, they relate across to him. However, let me quickly note this. There are some blockers that could be removed at the team level. So a good Scrum Master would support the team to work collaboratively and be able to self-organize and remove blockers that could be dealt with at the team level. And how that works in practice is during the daily stand-up, that takes the third question from the daily stand-up when the Scrum Master would want to know, or team members would want to share with others, if they have any blockers at all, if they have any impediments at all. So in any case, any developer comes back to say, oh, I have an impediment, such a developer would share what the impediment is, and sometimes some of the team members in that particular meeting could give some suggestions. Possibly some of them had encountered such an impediment in the past, and they have been able to overcome the impediment, and they have that experience or knowledge they could share with that particular team member in a suggestion. Oh, I've experienced that before. How about you try these steps? Perhaps it could work for you. That is how a team member self-organize and help themselves to resolve impediments. However, still, when that impediment has now gone beyond what the team could deal with, then at that point, the Scrum Master needs to jump on that impediment and find a solution for the impediment. Of course, that has become what needs to be resolved externally. So while the Scrum Master is resolving impediments for the team or the team member would then be able to focus on another task, right? Imagine a particular developer has an impediment and he needs to move that impediment himself, and is stuck and he can't progress, then is distracted from continuing work. So the Scrum Master is there in that instance to give the necessary support to that particular developer while the developer focuses on another task. In addition to that, yes, again, in that conversation, the development team or the developer will still need to have an engagement with the Scrum Master, how he feels or she feels such impediment could be treated. For instance, let's go back to the illustration of building a house that we've been discussing earlier. We had to dig foundation for the house, and while digging was going on, the development team member or the particular developer realizes that there is a big stone that could not be moved, and a small tool cannot break that big stone. So he has an impediment and he can't remove it by himself. And during the daily stand-up, he was able to bring it up. Or when he encountered that impediment, he immediately called the attention of the Scrum Master to it. He understands what needs to be done, but it has gone beyond his capacity to deliver that. it has also gone beyond what the entire team could resolve. So what would the Scrum Master do? The Scrum Master would jump on that impediment and reach out to whichever or wherever that solution would come from. So the developer could say, oh, let's get across to the mechanical units. They should be able to get us some blast equipment to get this resolved. So that the developer could be focused, the Scrum Master will now reach out to that mechanical unit and liaise with them to remove that particular impediment. So that is how it works in Scrum. So while that is being done, resolved by the Scrum Master, that developer could focus on another task. So that is how a Scrum Master removes impediments, just to ensure that the team is focused on what they need to deliver, and of course that is the sprint goal. The ultimate goal of the Scrum Master as an impediment remover is to create an environment where the Scrum team can work efficiently and without unnecessary obstacles, enabling them to also deliver high quality products within the sprint time frame. And of course, for the Scrum Master, by removing impediments promptly, the Scrum Master helps to optimize the team's productivity and ensures the successful completion of the sprint goal. So that is the first function of the Scrum Master in removing impediments. Number 2, as a facilitator. When we look at the chest of the Scrum Master, we will see the popular acronym TIA. TIA, that stands for Transparency, Inspection, and Adaptation. Transparency, inspection, and adaptation. So the Scrum Master facilitates conversations, meeting conversations, brainstorming sessions, communications, in making decisions, resolving conflicts, whatsoever it is, the Scrum Master facilitates the such conversations, all in a bid to ensure that there is transparency within the team, within and without the team actually, to ensure that there is inspection and of course there is adaptation. So the Scrum Master is a facilitator. He brings everybody together. He ensures that team meetings are kept according to plan. Conversations are based on the agenda. The time box for each of those meetings are adhered to. He ensures that the team is also well organized, self-organizing, and he facilitates all those conversations to bring the best out of the team. So it comes as a soft skill, but it's a very important soft skill for the Scrum Master as a facilitator. It should be able to raise all the conversations as needed. Number 3, the Scrum Master is a team coach. The Scrum Master is a team coach. We would see as we discuss further that some of these roles or some of the duties within this Scrum Master's capacities would be crossing from one to the other. So the Scrum Master as a team coach ensures that he guides and supports the team adequately. Guides and support in what? He guides them on the Scrum principles. He guides them on the Scrum values, the Scrum practices. He ensures that the framework is followed adequately. The Scrum, as a team coach also, he wants to have interest in individuals, developers' skill development. A smart Scrum Master wants the developers to also acquire better skill and enhance their own capacity, because on the long run that pays off for the team. The Scrum Master is not the boss that is always demanding um, at the expense of the developers. The Scrum Master as a team coach also ensures that he's guiding them towards always improving in their processes, continuous improvement. There are some practices, we call them agile engineering practices. Agile engineering practices. You could take some time to read ahead to find out about that. Actually, agile engineering practice is out of the scope of what we are discussing in this training. But there are some of those important agile engineering practices that work well with Scrum. Some of such could be what we call peer programming. Peer programming is where two developers are working together simultaneously. We have another we call continuous integration, continuous deployment. We have code refactoring. We have and so on. We have test-driven development and so on. So those agile engineering practices could be what a team a coach as a Scrum Master could introduce when such a need arises to the team to improve their processes, to improve their deliveries. For instance, when we talk about test-driven development, test-driven development helps the team to develop more qualitative products at the end of the day. I made mention of peer programming. Peer programming helps the team to bridge knowledge gap, right? So as a team coach, the Scrum Master encourages the team to continuously improve. He empowers them, and also he resolves all their conflicts. Of course, from time to time, possibly occasionally, there could be conflicts. It is the role of the team coach, in this case the Scrum Master, that would be able to resolve those problems. He also builds trust amongst the team, which is very important. When you are reporting to your place of work, you need to have a buy-in of the rest of the team. They shouldn't see the Scrum Master as a way by which business or management is monitoring them. You should be able to earn that trust and build trust amongst all the team members. So that is what the team coach as a Scrum Master is looking at. Then the Scrum Master as a teacher is also, that relates more to either the coach or as facilitator, where the Scrum Master as a teacher is teaching and training the team on the ways of Scrum, either the Scrum values, the Scrum principles, or the frameworks itself. Is bringing best practices to the team, is encouraging the team to begin to imbibe an agile mindset for continuous improvement, continuous development. Also is also organizing workshop, brainstorm sessions on seeing how improvements could be for the teams. Let's move over to the next 4 of the Scrum Master in the capacity of the Scrum Master. So in this first 4, we've looked at the Scrum Master as an impediment remover, as a facilitator, as a team coach, and as a teacher. The next 4, you may want to check your notes if you are close to them. The next 4 talks about, which is the 5th one in this case, is the Scrum Master as a serving leader. That also could be made reference to as a servant leader. That is where there is a huge difference between the Scrum Master and a project manager. The Scrum Master is not a boss, is a serving leader or a servant leader, as the case could be. You could use that interchangeably. I personally prefer a servant leader. So as a servant leader is supporting the team in every best possible ways, is leading by example, is facilitating learning path, is encouraging the team to grow. And as a leader, you could see from the picture that it looks like a shepherd. A shepherd is a servant leader. The Scrum Master must also protect the team. So he must also act as a shield for the team. He must be there for them. He must seek the best interest of the team. The next one is the Scrum Master is a team manager. Let me add that here. Is a team manager. Is managing all the workflows. It's managing communications. It's managing engagement from the good side, not from the bossy side. Is supporting the team. That's why I mentioned earlier that we begin to see those duties crossing from one to the other. So the Scrum Master is a team manager, is responsible for the developers' welfare, for the developers' well-being. He must be able to spot early when any of the developer is having some difficulties, even outside the team's delivery. So the Scrum Master must be aware also when the developers need help outside the work itself. There are times that the Scrum Master may need to catch up with a developer if he notices that productivity drops, and is to help such a developer to get back on his feet. Then the Scrum Master also is the change agent. Why or how is the Scrum Master a change agent? Most organizations do not know how Scrum works. Most organizations are just catching up and getting used to what we call agile mindsets. And the agile mindset is a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the can-do spirit. A growth mindset experiments. A growth mindset is ready to experiment, fail, and learn. It's ready to test new things. It's ready to try new things. By so doing, is able to embrace change. One of the 4 manifestos of Agile talks about embracing change rather than following a plan. So the Scrum Master is there to help the team adjust to change. It could be changing requirements, it could be scope change, it could be organizational structure. Whatever it is, the Scrum Master is helping the team to embrace change, to adapt to change, and to work also while there is change and still deliver value. And the last in this particular lesson is the Scrum Master as a mentor. Of course, we know who a mentor is. A mentor is there to promote self-organization in the team. A mentor serves as a role model for the team. So a Scrum Master must lead from the front in good conduct, in good Scrum conduct, in good Scrum values, in living what he or she preaches. It must be a good example for the team. It must be seen as encouraging growth. It must champion knowledge sharing also. Those are some of the ways the Scrum Master helps to build cross-functional teams, where he encourages knowledge sharing, where he's always helping to support, is always giving guidance to the team, is building trust, and also very important is celebrating every little milestone, every success, every achievement made by the team. Is calling those success, naming them, and celebrating them. That happens more during the sprint retrospective, which comes up at the end of the sprint. So that will be all for this class. This class we looked at who the Scrum Master is, talking about the capacity of a Scrum Master, those capacity, the roles, the duties of the Scrum Master, who a Scrum Master is. So if you could picture these 8 characters of the Scrum Master in your mind, at any given time, it makes it easy for you to relate who the Scrum Master is. The Scrum Master is an impediment remover. The Scrum Master is a facilitator. The Scrum Master is the team coach. The Scrum Master is a teacher. The Scrum Master is a servant leader. The Scrum Master is the team manager. The Scrum Master is a change agent. And the Scrum Master is a mentor. In all, we said the Scrum Master is the custodian, conscience, and guardian of Scrum. So if you have any question, please ship that across to me. I'll be glad to respond to them. But again, we'll see in the next class. Thank you very much. You are welcome back to class. In the last class, of course, we are in the 3rd module. The 3rd module is the essential roles of the Scrum Master. And in the last class, we looked at who a Scrum Master is. And we focused on these characters on the slide. We expanded on each of those characters as the role, as each role a Scrum Master in any team would take up. So in the last class, just as a quick overview, we looked at the Scrum Master as an impediment remover, the Scrum Master as a facilitator, the Scrum Master as the coach, the Scrum Master as a teacher, the Scrum Master as a serving leader, or which some other persons call servant leader, the Scrum Master as a team manager, the Scrum Master as a change agent, and the Scrum Master as a mentor. And I mentioned in that last class that we should make some effort to picture these characters in our mind. And of course, at any time, anyone needs to ask any question that relates around who the Scrum Master is. Just picture these 8 characters in your mind, and you'll be able to relate on who the Scrum Master is. So going further into today's class, we will then be looking at the roles of the Scrum Master in Scrum ceremonies and other related meetings. In Module 2, we looked at the 353 of Scrum, talking about the 3 roles in Scrum, the product owner role, the Scrum Master role, and the developer. Those are the 3 roles in Scrum. We looked at the 5 events in Scrum, talking about the sprint planning, the daily Scrum,
the sprint review, the sprint retrospective, and of course the sprint itself. And we also mentioned two other related meetings, talking about the backlog refinement meeting and the parking lot as meetings of value to Scrum. So in this class, we will now narrow down to look at what the Scrum Master does in each of those ceremonies. And this will span from this lesson to some other later lessons. So we would be looking at all this from point to point. So that's just setting the background for us. Let's jump right into the class now. And we would be starting from the first event, talking about the sprint planning meeting in Scrum. So, what does the Scrum Master do at the sprint planning meeting? Bring out my pen. Okay, what the Scrum Master does at sprint planning. Of course, we laying a background for this particular class, looking at what the Scrum Master does in the sprint planning meeting. I believe by now we all understand what the sprint planning event is. Is a meeting where we plan for the sprint, where we look at the task we are to undertake. We look at the tasks making reference to stories or user stories that we need to work on in the course of the sprint. Each sprint in Scrum should have the sprint goal. So during the sprint planning also, we define what the sprint goal for the team is. We looked at while we're talking about sprint planning in module 2, we looked at what we call the inverse criteria. We also spoke about team capacity, team availability. We spoke also about the definition of ready. So all those come together to plan for the sprints. But here we'll now narrow down to see what the Scrum Master does, how the Scrum Master roles in the sprint planning meeting. Right. So this will serve as a guide for us. As I relate on each of these, we would also lay more emphasis on them when we get to the practicals, where whosoever would be rolling as the Scrum Master of each sprint is expected to undertake these duties. So you should please note these duties down. Whosoever would be undertaking the role of a Scrum Master in the sprint when we get to the practicals um, should take note of this. And of course, that would go round from person to person, sprint to sprint. Everyone really would have his or her own turn to understand in practice what the Scrum Master does. So from the first thing we have here is facilitate the meetings. The Scrum Master facilitates the meeting. In actual sense, the Scrum Master facilitates all team meetings, meetings, all Scrum meetings for the team, making reference to the Scrum team. In an enterprise structure, that is a large organization, the Scrum Master could also step up to facilitate other meetings that are outside his own team. Talking about in a scaled structure where the Scrum Master could be co-facilitating big room planning, or which we all also call PI planning, that's program incremental planning meeting. The Scrum Master could also facilitate stakeholder conversations, collaborative sessions, brainstorming sessions, and the rest. But the scope of this training is for a Scrum team comprising the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the developers. So the Scrum Master facilitates all those meetings. So we see it here again that the Scrum Master put together what the meeting is all about. So the Scrum Master clearly indicates the agenda for the meeting. And I've always said over the years of training that anytime as a Scrum Master you are sending out meeting invites, it is of very key importance for you to add the agenda of the meeting into that meeting invite. Do not at any time send up blank meeting invite. It is not the practice of a Scrum Master. And also, when you are adding the meeting invite, also make the agenda clear enough. Make the agenda clear enough for what the objective, the purpose of the meeting um, that would be held is, um, and all other necessary details. There may not be a particular template, it's not so formal or structured, but know that in facilitating meeting you need to first put the meeting together, right? So at that meeting the Scrum Master facilitates the conversations of that meeting. It serves as the um, moderator or the coordinator of the session, helping every member in that meeting to stay focused on the agenda of that meeting. So the Scrum Master facilitates the meeting. He puts together a clear agenda that would be focused on. And while that meeting is in session, he also helps the participant to stay focused on the track of that particular conversation. So that is what the Scrum Master does. The second one is that the Scrum Master explains and focus on the objective. So we'll be seeing how one duty moves over to another. So the Scrum Master needs to make sure that every member of that meeting understands the objective of that meeting. Every participant in that meeting understands why that meeting is. Um, and a smart Scrum Master will start that process from the meeting invite that has been sent out, which I mentioned earlier should be clear. So, as the meeting resumes, the Scrum Master is facilitating. It takes or she takes few minutes, just about 1-2 minutes, to quickly this meeting we would be looking at this. As time goes on, it depends on what the team understanding is. The Scrum Master may not need to every meeting come by to say this is the purpose of this meeting, but for that clarity, the Scrum Master also um, makes everyone to understand the purpose of the meeting and narrow down to the objective of the meeting. Then, of course, the Scrum Master sets the time box for that meeting. If you go through the Scrum Guide again, if you've not, please go through the Scrum Guide again. You will see the time box for each of the sprint planning session. In practice, when we get to practicals, I mentioned in the previous modules that most organizations run 2 weekly sprints. Most organizations run 2 weekly sprints. You know, a sprint is between 1 to 4 weeks. So most organizations run 2 weekly sprints. And sprint planning, well, we were in the last module looking at the sprint planning, we said that on the workplace, a sprint planning could be at an average of around 1 hour for a 2 weekly sprint. But when you go to the Scrum Guide, you'll see the pattern in the Scrum Guide, what a sprint planning meeting should be. For a 4 weekly sprint, the Scrum Guide says the team could have as much as 8 hours of sprint planning. That is actually a full day, a full work day, right? To plan for an entire sprint spanning 4 weeks, right? So then again, the Scrum Master clarifies doubts on the event objective. You need to make sure that everybody understands why we are here for the sprint planning meeting. And in so doing, it needs to ensure that the developers have clarity on what they need to do. In addition, it promotes collaboration and open consensus. That consensus looks at some aspects of the process we embrace while running sprint planning meeting. In the last module also, which takes us to the next one. Let me go to the next one, then I'll come back to that number 5, which says ensures inverse criteria is adhered to. Meaning that the inverse criteria, we know what inverse stands for already. That is independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and tangible. That estimation that the team goes through must be a consensus. So the team must look at it and discuss around it. So the Scrum Master is promoting collaboration and is promoting open communication and consensus. There is that agreement that would come together. When we get to the product owner end, of course, for those who going through both the Scrum Master and the product owner training, we would be talking about um um what was I about to say now? I lost my thought for one moment. Okay, hopefully I'll remember. So, the Scrum Master ensures that there is that open consensus where all the team members would agree in a direction. Yes, now I remember. At the product owner end, we looked at the 3 C's. C, that is the third letter of the alphabet. A, B, C. C. We talk about the 3 C's, looking at the card, the conversation, and the confirmation. The card makes reference to the story, the user's story. The conversation is that N in inverse criteria, negotiation, talking about the discussion, the dialogue that must take place. Then the confirmation is that consensus that I'm making reference to now. So the Scrum Master is ensuring that the product owner is not just boxing the developers to a corner. It's not just overburdening the developer. It's not just technically bullying the developer. So he wants to ensure that everything we want to do in that sprint should be as a team and everybody is moving on together. Then going to 6, it ensures the inverse criteria. Of course, we know what inverse criteria is, what it stands for. In the second module, we said that the sprint planning conversation is led by the product owner because the product owner owns the product. The product owner has that um, communication, so to say, with the stakeholders. But the Scrum Master is there supporting the product owner, ensuring that the product owner does what is expected of him or of her to do according to what Scrum had laid down. Then, of course, at the end of the sprint, the team commit to a set of stories. They commit to a total estimation. We are in this sprint, we would be working on 25 user stories. And those 25 user stories equate to, let's say, 65 story points, right? So the Scrum Master wants to ensure that the team is committing to realistic stories. When he observes that the team would not have capacity to fully deliver what they commit to. He guides them, suggesting to them why they should not overcommit to a particular um, stories that they would not be able to deliver on. In practice, and of course, when we get to practicals, you will be seeing how such would play. For instance, you have these four guys as developers in the team. Number one, number two, number three, number four. And each person has just about 6.5 productive hours out of their 8 work hours, right? In those 6 hours, they could only do as much as they could deliver on. So when the team has just about 4 members, 4 developers, as an illustration, but the team is committing to total stories that is meant to be for about 8 developers, obviously they would not be able to deliver on all. So the Scrum Master wants to be sure that the team works based on what they can truly deliver on in the course of the sprint. Then lastly, the Scrum Master also makes sure that all what we go through in the course of the sprint planning, they are documented for transparency, right? So in that documentation, is looking at each of those story, is looking at each story, is looking at detailing in each story, is looking at estimation of each story, is looking at prioritization of each story, is looking at how those stories are fully ready, is looking at the sprint goal as they set into the sprint. All this would come together, and he wants to make sure that those are documented. Where a team has a clearly defined definition of done, the Scrum Master also wants to have clear understanding what definition of done is, and ensure that that is also captured in the sprint. Definition of done is one of those to be discussed under the product owners training. So of course, for those doing both, you would have some more clarity on that. But the Scrum Master is also making sure that the definition of done is met also. So these are some of those things, the key things that the Scrum Master is there for during the sprint planning. So when we say the Scrum Master, when we say the product owner takes the conversation, it does not mean that the Scrum Master is folding his or her arms while the sprint planning is going on. No, he's there fully supporting the team, ensuring that all these are followed, all these are considered, there is clarity of what the developers need to do. The meeting time boxing is adhered to. The objective of the meeting is focused on, is promoting collaboration and open consensus. Where we get to the practical again, we'll be making use of what we call planning poker as a tool for that consensus. So we'll be demonstrating that in the practical. So these are all the things the Scrum Master is ensuring that would be done in the course of the sprint planning session. Thank you. In the next class, we would be looking at the daily stand-up, of course, which we also call daily Scrum, and what the Scrum Master does in that particular event. See you soon, class. And this is the third lesson of the third module, talking about the essential roles of the Scrum Master in the Scrum ceremonies and other meetings. In the last class, we looked at what the Scrum Master does in the sprint planning meeting. And in this class, we would be looking at what the Scrum Master does in the daily stand-up, which is also called the daily Scrum. So as a quick background, what happens during the daily stand-up? The daily stand-up on its own is a meeting where all the developers, the Scrum team comes together. And I made mention that the product owner is not mandated to come for the daily stand-up. But in practice, product owners often come to daily stand-up. In actual sense, the product owner could have a loud voice during the daily stand-up. When we get to practicals, we'll be expanding more on those. So at the daily stand-up itself as a meeting is for the development team. Is for the development team inspecting and adapting and engaging and ensuring transparency of their work. They are updating themselves. That's what happens during the daily stand-up. The Scrum Master joins that meeting because he is the Scrum Master, the all-knowing Scrum knowledge master, right? The epitome of Scrum. That's the Scrum Master. In actual sense, there should be no Scrum meeting or event that a Scrum Master should not join. Okay, so in the daily stand-up, the team comes together and they are inspecting and adapting what happened yesterday, what are we looking at today, if there are any blockers, and all this must be focused on the sprint goal. All this would be focused on the sprint goal. So let's go into the meat of the conversation. Right. So this will serve as a guide for us what the Scrum Master does during the daily Scrum. In the last class, we mentioned that the Scrum Master facilitates all meetings. So we will see that come again and again in all the events and in all meetings. The Scrum Master is a facilitator. In Module 1, Lesson 1, we also spoke about the Scrum Master as a facilitator. So he's facilitating all the conversation. So here also, he's doing the same thing, facilitating the meeting. He's responsible for scheduling the meeting time for the daily Scrum. Mind you, in Module 2, when we were talking about the daily Scrum, I remember I mentioned that the timing for the daily Scrum should be same every workday. So it is one of the practice that the Scrum Master also ensures that the team adhere to. It is not that today, Monday, you are having daily Scrum for a team by 9 a.m. and tomorrow daily Scrum will now be 10 a.m. and the next day or the day after, daily Scrum would now be 12:30. No. The time for the daily Scrum is expected to be same, and the Scrum Master takes that responsibility for the daily Scrum. Then of course we all know that there's a time boxing for daily Scrum, which is 15 minutes. So the Scrum Master also ensures compliance to that time boxing of 15 minutes for the daily Scrum. Of course, also, all meetings are meant to be engaging and conversational. So the Scrum Master is also looking out for team members' participations in all those meetings, same as in the daily Scrum. and where he observes or she observes that a particular developer is not engaging, he wants to find out why and how to support such a developer better so that the full value of the daily scrum is met. True transparent workflow is also promoting transparency and inspective adaptation through the Scrum board, where the Scrum Master is encouraging the team members, guiding and ensuring that they update their own workflow, that they progress their own pattern of work. He encourages or she encourages the team members to update their tickets, raise comments, tag individuals along, progress their cards or the tickets from the to-do list to in progress when they are blocked, move it to blocked, raise some comments. Those are basic practices in Scrum. All those basic practices would bring transparency and inspective adaptation. So the Scrum Master is promoting that. Of course, it's monitoring progress, but that monitoring, let me say that monitoring in a very silent way, is monitoring progress. Because the developers do not want to be monitored, quote and unquote, but the Scrum Master is focused on the work progress, how well the work is progressing. It's not monitoring the developers, but it's monitoring the progress of work. So he wants to ensure that a story a developer committed to, a one story point a developer committed to yesterday, depending on what the team's agreement, the work agreement, or the team charter is, if a one story point is for 4 hours or one day, by the following day, he wants to ensure that that particular work is completed. Where it's not completed, he wants to step in to find out if there are any problems, which takes us to the next one. He identifies and removes impediments. When there are any challenges or any obstacles, the Scrum Master steps in. He uses the daily stand up as quick observation to identify impediments and knows how to overcome such. Where he needs to park that conversation so that they could discuss further, he would push that into a parking lot. Where there are quick solutions or suggestions from other team members, he encourages them to come up with that. Then, of course, the Scrum Master is the coach of the team. I've explained that earlier. While the Scrum Master is encouraging the team members with good Scrum practices, right? Raising their own comments on the tickets, is ensuring that they are progressing their own work, is ensuring that they are adhering to good agile and Scrum practices. Then, of course, is also encouraging collaborations towards the sprint goal. Everything in the sprint should focus on the sprint goal. So these are most of those things. Of course, there would always be more. In the course of the practice, you'll be able to narrow down all this yourselves. So you should note them down. These are um, duties that the Scrum Master is meant to look out for and carry out in the course of those 15 minutes of the daily stand up. All right, so that will be all for this class. We'll meet again in the next class, which shall focus on the sprint review and what the Scrum Master does at the sprint review meeting. See you in the next class. You are welcome back to class, and this is module 3, lesson 4. It should be right. I guess that should be lesson 4, right? Yes. Module 3, Lesson 4 on the Scrum Master training. So in the previous lessons, precisely from the first lesson, we looked at the essential roles of the Scrum Master, and I clearly mentioned that we should always picture those 8 characters of the Scrum Master. That will give us a broad um, knowledge to pull from anytime we need to explain or relate about who a Scrum Master is. And in the second module, we looked at what the Scrum Master does in the sprint planning meeting. The third module, we looked at what the Scrum Master does in the daily stand-up. So this is the fourth lesson where we would be looking at what the Scrum Master does also in the sprint review meeting. Before I turn to the next slide, I want to assume what should be on your mind would be the first thing the Scrum Master does regularly, and that should be facilitating meetings. So let's see. I'm sure that is what we would have there. Okay, so what the Scrum Master does at the sprint review meetings. The first thing, just as I mentioned, is to facilitate meetings. And by now, I want to believe we all have good understanding what it means for the Scrum Master to facilitate those meetings. In actual sense, the Scrum Master puts the meetings together, scheduling the meeting. It is the role of the Scrum Master to schedule meetings. And I also mentioned that while scheduling those meetings, it should put the needed details of the meeting. No meeting invite should go out without the agenda for that meeting. It should be clear from the agenda of the meeting. Then, of course, when they finally meet at the meeting, is coordinating and facilitating. The work of that facilitation comes to bear at the meeting. When he's coordinating, is ensuring that the conversations or collaborations um, focus, the conversations focus on the agenda to which the meeting had been called. And of course, the time boxing comes to play and all the things like that. So I wouldn't want to stay so long on what facilitating meetings are. But before we go further, just as a quick background for us, perhaps just to remind ourselves what happens during the sprint review meeting. The sprint review meeting comes up at the end of the sprint. Someone asked someone sent a question across asking, when we say the sprint review at the end of the meeting, does it mean the last day of the meeting? I can remember precisely the trainee was asking if the team is running a 2-weekly sprint, that's 10 days. Does it mean that the sprint review happens on the 10th day? So do not fix your mind on the last day of the meeting. It could come differently. And in the explanation that we gave is that it could come differently. And there's what we call the team charter, or some teams call it working agreements. In that team charter or the working agreement, they have slight differences in those two, but they are for the same purpose. So in a team charter or working agreement, they would have clearly noted what day they would be having their sprint review meeting. Of course, the sprint review, being a review, cannot come early in the sprint. It will come at the latter end of the sprint, be it a day before the last day, be it on the last day, be it on the morning of the last day. Just have in mind that the sprint review meeting comes up at the end of the sprint. And what is more important is the purpose of that sprint review. And I mentioned in module 2, while we were looking at the sprint review, two things happen in the sprint review. One, the team is meeting with the stakeholders, showing the stakeholders what they've been able to commit to in the course of the sprint, what they've been able to do in the course of the sprint, and what is left to be done in the course of the sprint. That is important. That is often missed in most things we call as sprint review, because the sprint review is that window that the entire Scrum team sits down with the entire stakeholders, and they need to bring transparency to the workflow. Then the second thing that happens in the sprint review, which most persons refer to as the sprint review, is the demonstration, of the value that had been delivered in the course of the sprint. So some organizations or some teams could refer to it as demo, calling sprint review also as demo. That is correct. Or some organizations could also, or teams, call it as showcase, showcasing a value that had been delivered, right? So um, those two things happen in the sprint review. So when they showcase, they will have the first hand feedback from the stakeholders. Of course, it's a meeting that has the stakeholders present. So the stakeholders are giving them the feedback there, and they are noting those feedbacks down. And I mentioned in the class for the sprint review that the product owner needs to take all those feedbacks in, note them, and of course a smart Scrum Master also would also note those that are happening in the from the feedback. So back to today's class, that's just laying the foundation, reminding ourselves what happened, um, those things that happen in the sprint review meeting. So we've discussed about facilitating meetings by the Scrum Master. Then, of course, the Scrum Master encourages participation, just as we've seen in other events. It's just the same way he's encouraging um, attendees' participation. So he wants the team to be able to have their say. I mentioned also in the last class that the sprint review is majorly led by the product owner, because the product owner owns the products that the team had developed. At the team level also, when each of the feature or any task or story is completed, it is that same product owner that accepts that work completed and says it's done. So the product owner takes that lead in the conversation, but of course the Scrum Master is there also ensuring that there is that cordial participation. There is that two-way communication from the team, from the Scrum team to the stakeholders, and from the stakeholders to the team. Then of course in all the workflow, the Scrum Master ensures transparency, where in the first side of the product of the review meeting, where it's necessary that the team quickly shows what they committed to, what they've been able to deliver on in that conversation, to enhance transparency, so that the stakeholders could know, okay, this is the progress that had been made. The product owner could take that advantage also to shed some more light on the progress done on the product roadmap or the project roadmap. The roadmap is the entire journey developing that product or that project. So in that first side of that review, the product owner could seize that moment to show the product roadmap for it. So ensuring transparency is one of the things the Scrum Master does, and it's important to keep conversations healthy. The Scrum Master is there to protect the team. Nobody wants a smart Scrum Master does not want blames on the developers in particular. So he's there to ensure that communications are civil, where he needs to engage with the 5 values of Scrum talking about focus, openness, respect, commitment, and courage. Any of those values that is needed to ensure that conversations are healthy, the team members' psychological safety is kept high, morale of team members are sustained. The Scrum Master, of course, does that. The Scrum Master does not want a team that is demoralized. Of course, he could step in also to facilitate the demonstration of the value that has been developed. That is the increments. The increments is that shippable value that has been developed in the course of the sprint that is added to the ones that had been developed before. So that demonstration, that workflow pattern would be visible in it, of course. So the Scrum Master could step in to do that. And I mentioned earlier that the product owner makes notes on the feedbacks. A smart Scrum Master also would be picking up the notes as a way of balancing out. Perhaps something is left out, or something is forgotten, or there could be some improvement that could be noted, and the rest is taking notes. Which takes us to the next one, is also noting how the team could improve, gathering the feedbacks, um, looking at the work pattern, the workflow, and so it could be able to bring in some new suggestions to the team. Then, of course, addressing concerns and celebrating achievements. Where the team had done well, it takes that moment to applaud the team before the stakeholders. It's actually important. It does a lot of um, building morale for the team members. And one of the best practices in Scrum is what we call um, or one of the metrics rather in Scrum is what we call happiness metrics. And it says a happy team delivers value better, right? So the Scrum Master wants by all means to ensure that every little win is celebrated. And of course, it's a good time to celebrate that, to point that out, note that out before the stakeholders. That celebrating achievement happens again when we get to the sprint retrospective meeting, which is especially or essentially a Scrum team affair. There are no stakeholders joining them there. And the last one, of course, document feedbacks. Gather feedbacks, then now document those feedbacks. So those feedbacks will be actioned. And in actual sense, what the product owner does, and the Scrum Master is supporting the product owner to do, is the feedback gathered from the stakeholders are now brought into the workflow. They are brought into the workflow. And the best way to deal with that is to develop them back into the product backlog, and it becomes new considerations to be looked at for future sprints. So those are what the Scrum Master does during the sprint review. So the Scrum Master is not just folding his arms when the product owner is leading. Of course, there will be cases where the product owner may not attend. The Scrum Master can gladly step into that shoes and also be able to facilitate the conversations and demonstrate value before the product owner, the stakeholders. Of course, when we get to the practicals, we will see how all these things would play out, because you would be meeting with stakeholders, you'll be engaging with stakeholders, you'll be presenting different products you've developed to the stakeholders when we roll over to the practicals. And at that moment, the Scrum Master needs to sustain all those conversations. There must be shippable value at the end of each sprint, and you must have some deliverables demonstratable before the stakeholders. So when you have feedback from the stakeholders, those feedback must not be lost. They should be detailed out and brought into the workflow, so that will be harvested and there will be improvements as we go further. So that brings us to the end of this class. Looking at what the Scrum Master does in the sprint review meetings. And the next class, we'll be looking at what the Scrum Master does at the retrospective. All right, so if you have any questions, please note them down and you can always ship them across to me. I'll be glad to take some time to explain on them further. See you in the next class. Bye for now. So we are welcome back to class, and this is the Module 3 Lesson 5 on the Scrum Master training. Module 3 Lesson 5. And in this lesson, we'll be looking at what the Scrum Master does at the sprint retrospective meeting. What does the Scrum Master do at the sprint retrospective meetings? That's what we want to focus on. As a quick background, laying the premise for us, we discussed on what happens at the retrospective in Module 2, where we talked about the 353 of Scrum, the 3 roles, the 5 events in Scrum. So under the 5 events in Scrum, we looked at what happens in the retro. Retro, of course, is also called retrospective. And in that particular class, I mentioned that we should make reference to it as the sprint retrospective meeting, not just retrospective meetings, because retrospective meetings could come up for other reasons. But this one in particular is for the sprint. And in that previous class, we laid the foundation that retrospective meeting is a team affair, a Scrum team affair. The stakeholders do not join them. The stakeholders are not expected to join them. It's a moment for the Scrum team to have a reflection of how the sprint went. And there are specific things looked at during the retrospective meeting. Okay, so at the retrospective meeting, that's where we look at how the sprint went, what went well in the course of the sprint, what did not go well in the course of the sprint, what could we do better in the course of the sprint. And it's a collaborative meeting that all the team members would take time to look at those. In that class, I also shared with you using one of the tools you would make use of during the practicals, where you would have the actual feel of the retro meeting. The tool we made use of is Mura, and in Mura you would be able to create the board for an interactive conversation. So if you need to catch up with the foundation on what happens at retros, that's the sprint retrospective meeting, please go back to Module 2 where we discussed on the sprint retrospective meeting. Right, so before we go further, let me also remind us that we said at the retrospective meetings that the Scrum Master should be smart enough to quote and unquote water the ground. What I mean by water the ground is to do icebreakers so that the team members could settle in well. And I made mention most icebreakers are done with game. I now made mention that personally I make use of agile games for my icebreakers. And what agile games do is that you would have both the fun side of playing game, enjoying playing game, that fun. Then you would also have knowledge, something to learn. So the use of agile games for me personally, I'd taken advantage of it to use it to coach the team on agile improvements. So, for instance, if I want my team to improve on collaboration, I would search and build um, or modify agile games or an agile game that's focused on collaboration, and it will be fun, but at the same time the team members could learn why agile is big on collaboration. So a smart scrum master would want to do that also. I also mentioned in that class that the retrospective meeting, that's the sprint retrospective meeting, is also a process meeting, not a product meeting. It's not expected to be for technical discussion, is to look at the process. But a smart scrum master would want to balance on both legs, because all the developers, they are focused on the product. The product owner is also focused on the product. So if you do not want to be a lone ranger, you should balance on both legs. I'll have a session looking at how we review both the process of development and also the product that has been developed in the course of the sprint. So that's casting our minds back on what happens during the retrospective meeting. So let's go over to now see what the Scrum Master does. Of course, some of this we've highlighted. So the ones we've highlighted earlier, we won't take so much time to focus on them. So what the Scrum Master does during the retrospective, the sprint retrospective. Of course, I wouldn't take time to talk about this already. We know what it means. The Scrum Master facilitates the meeting from um, the purpose of the meeting, pulling, sending invites, putting agenda to the invite, and all the rest. And to the meeting proper, the conversation, sustaining conversation, making it a relaxing, a safe environment, bringing that relaxing mood where developers could take a moment, step out of that development thing and have some fun. And that is what we actually look forward to you achieving when you get to the practicals. The Scrum Master for that particular sprint, while you are taking your sprint retrospective, should come up with good icebreaker for the team, should come up with agile games for the team that the team would enjoy, teaching or coaching on a key lesson that would make improvements happen for the team. Then, of course, now put the conversation, facilitating conversation, ensuring that every participant is actually engaging in it. That's one. Then, two is what I've just discussed earlier, setting the stage. So, the Scrum Master goes ahead to prepare the icebreaker, to have soft landing, to have some fun, for the retrospective. The retrospective meeting itself is not the game, but you want a time where everybody would relax, take their minds off the deliverables for a moment and have some fun. I can remember there was a time in one of my teams, um, we played a game of searching for different items. So a team would call an alphabet, and all your team members, the other team members, would go look for items from that particular alphabet. And it was a lot of fun. I can remember we played that game virtually, so you see developers running up and down, going to the kitchen to go fetch a kitchen spoon or knife, or to get glass cup, get flower vases, and bring it to the screen, bringing lots of fun to it. So A smart Scrum Master would set a good stage for the members of the team to relax. Mind you, I said initially that is a Scrum team event. Stakeholders are not meant to join you for that sprint retrospective meeting. Stakeholders also, in a scaled structure, have their own retrospective meeting. That is for setting the stage. Then, of course, it leads the foundation, the conversation. When it comes to the retrospective, it is solely the Scrum Master's show. The Scrum Master is bringing everybody together, asking or helping them to bring out their opinions on how the sprint went, what went well in the course of the sprint, what did not go well in the course of the sprint, and what are their suggestions. Then, from those suggestions, they have a conversation around it and now begin to action what could be delivered, the improvement they could bring in to the sprint. So that's how a Scrum um, retrospective should go. So it's an affair of the Scrum Master. So a Scrum Master, of course, in addition to being a game master, is also leading the conversation and encouraging everyone to participate. How I do that personally, because I have different developers, different team members from different regions, from different zones, from different time zones on my team. And you could find out that um, some developers could be the quiet types. Some developers do not speak much, but you want to bring the best out of them. So you need to find ways by which they could engage with themselves. And those are some of those things we want to try out and see while I mean, really you are running the sprint retrospective during the practicals. Of course, we'll be there with you as a coach. We want to see how you bring the best out from your team members, how they are able to share um, their own opinions without bias, without being coerced, without being forced, without being pressured, how the sprint went. So you are meant to encourage participation of all the members. Of course, there are various techniques. Some of those we'll be looking at the practicals. Um, some of those techniques include the board that we use. Before COVID happened, retrospective used to be in the office when, of course, when you have co-located team members. When COVID happened, so we have been able to translate those online. So there are various tools, one of which we mentioned earlier is the Mura. There is Muro also that you could use to facilitate retrospective meetings. There is Whiteboard. There are different brands with whiteboard these days. Microsoft Teams has whiteboards, Zoom has whiteboards, some of those other products will have whiteboards. So there are brainstorming techniques you want to bring on board. There are different styles you want to initiate to the team. Um, I believe there is a technique that has to do with starfish um, that you can engage with to bring some fun and bring the best out from your team members and make them to come on board and share some of those knowledge. So some of those things we want to see you develop, want to see you do at your sprint retrospective meetings where you'll be fully in charge, where you ensure that all the developers, not just the developers, the product owner inclusive, every member of the team is able to put in their thoughts to that conversation. Of course, then of course from there you capture insights and you help focus on improvement. The whole essence of the sprint retrospective is bringing improvement to the process of delivery, bringing improvement to the process of delivery. I showed us in the class on the module 2 when we looked at sprint retrospective, the board that's quadrants that has 4 angles. What went well, what did not go well, how could we improve, and actionable items. The conversation should be sustained, and all is in a bid focusing on the improvements that would be done. You are looking at how to improve the team to deliver better, how to resolve issues, and make sure that the team moves on smoothly. Then, of course, you now need to the insights you've captured need to be turned into actionable plans. And this is what we actually, the actionable plans, where you gather, you facilitate conversation on those actions. There are times a Scrum Master wants to prioritize those different thoughts and opinions and ask, so which one should we implement in the course of the sprint? A Scrum Master and the team may not bring in all the improvement that have been identified. They could only bring in, or they may bring in, those ones they see that they can actually implement in the course of the sprint. There is no point identifying an action that could not be sustained, right? And that is, so identifying the action and bringing it into the workflow is what we call Kaizen, which is actionable items, the improvement for the team. So with all this, the Scrum Master is continuously promoting improvement for the team. The Scrum Master is looking at how the team could improve on their delivery processes. That is what the sprint retrospective is all about. We will be sharing some more knowledge and relate more on them when we get to the practicals, when you begin to facilitate, sit on that Scrum Master sprint retrospective driver seat and begin to facilitate conversations, bring out the best, at the same time keeping to the time box. That also is very important. All right, so that will be all for this class. In the next class, we would look at the sprint itself. Of course, we know every other event, the 4 other events take place in the sprint. So we'll just have a quick overview of what happens in the sprint. So that will be all for this class. We'll see again in the next class. Bye for now. You are again welcome back to the class. And in this class, we'll be looking at what the Scrum Master does within the sprint duration. Within the sprint duration, we've looked at the 4 events in the sprint itself. So this is just a summary of what the Scrum Master does in the duration of the sprint. Okay, without taking much of our time, let's jump right into it. I believe we all, at this point, we all know what the sprint is, clearly. We all have a clear understanding of what iteration is and why we run sprints. Okay, so let's go right into it. So, of course, the Scrum Master, so this casting our mind back to when we started on Module 3, class lesson 1, looking at who the Scrum Master is. So we can see here that the Scrum Master removes impediments in various ways. Anyway, within the duration of the sprint, wherever there is an impediment, a blocker, a challenge that the team could not resolve, it the responsibility of the Scrum Master to jump on such impediments and find ways to remove them. And the essence of this is to ensure that the developers are able to follow through and focus on development. Is to take away the distraction of removing impediments off their tracks so that they could deliver qualitative value. So the Scrum Master again removes impediments wherever an impediment comes up. At any stage any is identified, the Scrum Master works on that. Let me expand on this impediment with what we make reference to as RAID. I've spoken about RAID in Model 2. RAID. RAID that stands for risk, R for risk, A for assumptions, I for impediments, and D for dependencies. Risk, assumptions, impediments, and dependencies. All these would in different ways slow down the delivery of the development team. Those are the developers in delivering value. All this would slow down achieving the sprint goal, which of course would achieve, which would of course would impact on achieving the product goal. So the Scrum Master must be on the lookout and quickly identify risk, assumptions. The solution for assumptions is knowledge. When you bring clarity to workflow, assumptions are taken care of. And that is why Scrum is deliberate in ensuring that there is clarity on what the developers need to do from time to time. And we see the effort Scrum takes from the sprint planning to ensure there is clarity into the backlog refinements, into the daily stand up, all in a bid to make sure that the developers understand what they need to do. So at any point when all this could come up, impediments or dependencies, the Scrum Master needs to support the team members and ensure that those are dealt with. And that's one of the ways the Scrum Master supports the team. In every way possible, when you observe that one of your team members are having some issues, you need to find ways to meet with that person, understand what the issues are, to help resolve those issues. Even when they appear as personal issues, and those personal issues could impact on the team delivery, where you need to discuss with the developer, sympathize, empathize, or when a developer needs to take a time off to refocus. Everything that you could do to support your team members is what you do as the Scrum Master in the course of the sprint. In addition, you ensure that Scrum practices are adhered to. It's important that the team adhere to Scrum practices. In Module 4, we'll be looking at some of the major practices in Scrum. We call them best practices in Scrum. So, as a Scrum Master, you want to ensure that all the good practices, we call something anti-pattern. Anti-pattern is something contradicting to the ways of Scrum. You could have a quick catch up also on the Scrum Guide. In actual sense, the Scrum Guide is a material you should be reading at interval so that you keep that close to your mind to have good understanding what the practices in Scrum are. There are those practices are what you want to ensure that your team members adhere to and follow through also. When we get to the practicals, we'll be sharing some of these practices, elaborating on some of these practices. Yes, again, I mentioned earlier that we've dedicated one module to, and that's the fourth module, to Scrum best practices. So we'll be looking at some of those best practices. But on the lighter note, there are some basic practices in Scrum that you want to ensure your team members follow. Some of them I've mentioned in the past, such as where your team members progress their stories on the board, when they update activities on the board, when they add comments to their stories where there is an update that brings transparency, when your team members are joining Scrum events on time, when they are collaborating, when they are cross functioning, when they are self-organizing. Those are some of those basic practices in Scrum. When you ensure that no team member is working in silos, you want everybody to work together towards the sprint goals also. Of course, we know by now that the Scrum Master facilitates all Scrum events. He helps the team to oops, maintain focus, and he monitors progress also. To maintain focus, pardon me, to maintain focus and monitor progress. 1 minute, please. Okay, all right. So you want to ensure that the Scrum team maintains focus and you monitor the process through. Then, of course, you want to facilitate communication and encourage self organization as well. Also, mm, that's bad. Okay, of course, also you want to promote continuous improvement all through the deliveries. The Scrum Master is promoting continuous improvement. You want to ensure that the team maintains focus while you monitor the progress of delivery, progress towards the sprint goal, progress towards the sprint goal. And of course, the Scrum Master facilitates all the communications, encourages self organization, while the team is able to grow in agile, grow with agile mindsets, being engaging, being cross functional, being self organizing, following best practices, and delivering value. Then, of course, the Scrum Master wants to promote continuous improvement all through the sprint duration, and, of course, gives feedback as at when due. So, those are the summary of what the Scrum Master does in the course of the sprint duration. All right, thank you. So that will be the end of this class. We'll meet again in the next class where we would look at the other two meetings and see what the Scrum Master does in those two meetings as well. See you in the next class. Back to class. We'll gradually moving towards the end of module 3. In this class, we'll be looking at what the Scrum Master does at the backlog refinement meetings. What the Scrum Master does at the backlog refinement meeting. As a quick background, we would remember what the backlog refinement is. The backlog refinement is also called backlog grooming. So, in any At any time you hear backlog refinement or backlog grooming, we make reference to the same. And we said in module 2 that the backlog refinement meeting is to prepare future sprints. Backlog refinement meeting is on the product backlog. What are we refining the product backlog? But we are refining the product backlog in preparation for future sprints. So most organizations have backlog refinement meetings in their sprint cycle. So to some, let's say for instance, a team does 2 weekly sprints. That means the sprint will be for 2 weeks. In those 2 week cycle, they could have backlog refinement weekly. They may decide to have backlog once in a sprint cycle. They may decide to have backlog 3 times in a sprint cycle. It depends on their need and what they need to achieve. At the early stage where a product is just being developed, a team could decide to have more backlog refinements so that they can quickly prepare future user stories and arranging them into placeholders for future sprints. So that's what the backlog refinement is. If you need a quick catch up, you could go over to module 2 where we discussed the backlog refinement. So let's see what the Scrum Master does in the backlog refinement meeting. Alright, this is basic to all. It facilitates meeting. Remember, the backlog refinement meeting is similar to the sprint planning meeting. In actual sense, it's as a pre-sprint planning meeting. We can actually target or view it in that perception. The backlog refinement meeting is as a pre-sprint planning meeting. So everything that happens in the sprint planning could happen in the backlog refinement meeting. Only that in the sprint planning, we are preparing for a sprint we are about to go into. While the backlog refinement, we are preparing user stories in the product backlog for future sprints. So the Scrum Master facilitates that meeting. Of course, again, the product owner, because of the angle of the product. So the product owner takes a lead in that conversation for the backlog refinement because he owns what needs to be developed. But the Scrum Master is still there supporting and facilitating conversations in the meeting. Now, of course, the Scrum Master ensures that the team understands the product backlog items itself. The team should understand the product backlog items. That means there should be clarity on what needs to be developed. Right? So from the backlog refinement meeting, the developers begin to have clearer understanding on what needs to be developed. Also, the Scrum Master encourages collaboration and leaves room for brainstorming. What happens in most teams, if I borrow a leaf from another framework called extreme programming, the product owner role in extreme programming is called customer. They have development teams or the developers also. So what happens if we borrow a leaf from extreme programming? What happens is that the customer, in this case in Scrum, product owner, comes around and writes what he wants and says, I want this to be developed. So in that backlog refinement meeting, the developers come together with the product owner and they begin to think through, okay, for what you want, what do we need to do? For instance, a owner wants to build a bed in his room. He goes to um, a carpentry workshop and tells them, I want to build a bed. So the carpenters now come together and say, okay, if let's understand what you need to build. And when they understand what he wants, they now begin to have the conversation of how they would achieve building that bed. Oh, we need to get this measurement of wood. It should be this particular type of wood. So it's that brainstorming that begins to create the user stories for development. So the backlog refinement gives room for expanded conversation on what the product owner does. Yes, the product owner writes all those stories, but in the backlog refinement, the developers have clearer understanding of what they need to do. In the last module 2, when we discussed on the backlog refinement, we also discussed the deep criteria. Deep standing for detailed appropriately, emergent, estimated, and prioritized. So the Scrum Master is also guiding the team to ensure that each story complies with the deep criteria. So you are ensuring each of those stories we are preparing as details needed. All the details, it's actually detailed appropriately. You are ensuring that the story is flexible and adaptive enough. It's emergent. You are ensuring that each story has an estimation. So we would see that at the backlog refinement meeting, which you would go through in your practicals also, you could make use of tools like planning poker, the same planning poker we use for sprint planning. All necessary things you need to do to deliver value is what you would go through. So we're ensuring that the deep criteria is followed. Each of those stories is prioritized based on the angle that the product owner wants it. It could be prioritized based on value. It could be prioritized based on what we could deliver first. It could be prioritized based on which one gets to the market first to cause market disruption. It could be prioritized based on different things, right? So the Scrum Master is ensuring that there is that robust conversation in the backlog refinement meeting. It's also monitoring time box and is ensuring that the agenda for the meeting is followed. The agenda is to prepare stories for future sprints. Is to prepare stories for future sprint and is ensuring that is adhered to. Then of course he addresses impediments. He begins to look out for impediments as they are preparing that stories. Is asking the right questions. Do we have capacity to deliver this story? What more do we need? Hope another team is not working on that story. Hope all the resources we need to deliver that story um, um, is made available to us. Do we have all the resources to deliver with us? Right? So it's considering all those and guiding the team to ensure that they can actually deliver what they want. And when there are impediments, is also jumping on those impediments. How do we move these impediments before the story sprints? That's why we added considers DOR. DOR stands for definition of ready. I believe by now you clearly understand what definition of ready is. Definition of ready points to a story that is ready to sprint, which means all the resources needed to deliver that particular task is available. Resources including availability, capacity, is not the story meets invest criteria and all the rest, is available for that piece of story. So the Scrum Master is ensuring a balance of all this. That ensures that all the discussions are documented also. Whatever decisions we are able to make, whatever progress we are able to initiate, we document them also for future reference, right? And of course, is always promoting continuous improvement. So it's looking out for ways by which the team will begin to improve, will begin to deliver value, will begin to deliver the right value also. So that would be the class for what the Scrum Master does at the backlog refinement meeting. In a nutshell, the Scrum Master is there with the product owner leading the conversation, but the Scrum Master is guiding and supporting both the product owner and the rest of the team to deliver the objective of the backlog refinements, which is preparing stories for future sprints, ensuring that each story meets definition of ready and planning towards that story in sprint cycle. So of course at this meeting also the team could look at the product roadmap and say, okay, when are we to deliver this? How close are we? What do we need to do? What are the stories that we'll prioritize? How do we prioritize them? How do we deliver the right values at the right time? So that will be all for this class. We'll see again in the next class. Bye now. Right, so we are welcome back to class as we look at what the Scrum Master does during the parking lot meeting. In the last lesson, we looked at what the Scrum Master does in the backlog refinement meeting. Before that lesson, we have looked at what the Scrum Master does in the sprint planning, in the daily stand-up, in the sprint review, in the sprint retrospective, then the last backlog refinements, and now in the parking lot. So as a quick background, we know, I believe, we now know what the parking lot is, the parking lot and the purpose of the parking lot, which is to capture important discussions that could span outside an agendaed meeting. Important discussions that could span outside an agendaed meeting. So perhaps there is a particular agenda for a meeting. In this case, mostly seen on the job, is during the daily stand-up that is limited to just 15 minutes and has specific purpose to which that had been designed. So the parking lot is creating a meeting, another meeting from a meeting based on important discussions that should happen. That is what the parking lot idea is all about. So let's see what the Scrum Master does in this meeting. I believe this should be a short lesson. And of course, the first thing a Scrum Master does, I assume we all know that, we all look forward to seeing that, or we are used to saying that now, what the Scrum Master does in all these meetings. First thing is drum roll. Of course, it's not facilitating meetings. All right, let's go by what we have here. So here we have at the first, the Scrum Master captures topics and agenda conversations. That is how the parking lot itself comes to be. The so this would come more or less before the parking lot meeting, but of course, um, is worth noting in this particular lesson also that the Scrum Master captures important conversations, important topics or important discussions, and he builds them into an agenda for the parking lots. Now, he builds those topics into brainstorming sessions where individuals of concern to that topic would come together and discuss what needs to be expanded on that meeting. So we could see from here again the value the parking lot brings to the Scrum team. It helps the team to focus on what needs to be done per time. It also helps the team to follow Agile and Scrum practices closely. It defines self organization. The team becomes more self organizing and they could deliver the right value per time. So, let's say, for instance, in a particular daily stand up, one of the developers has a blocked story or a matter that is not going out or that is not progressing. Then, in that particular conversation, another team member has some solutions, but that suggestion would take some time. And that suggestion or the guide from another team member needs only the developer with the issue that needs to be resolved and another person that has some guide for him or for her. So the parking lot does not or should not involve every member of the team, only individuals that are to be in that conversation. So where you have other developers that the matter is not of high importance to them or they have no direct contribution to make, they could be excused from that particular meeting, right? But so the Scrum Master now pulls the developers together in another meeting, and of course, he is expected to be there to facilitate the meeting. And of course, so we could see here facilitate prioritization because there are topics topics that we've built together that we want to deal with. So it will now prioritize them in order of importance or matter or resolutions or impacts or value they could bring, right? So it also sets clear expectation for that particular meeting and it reveals the angle of discussion for that meeting. From there, all the actions, all the conversations, all the angles will be considered. The actions are itemized. The next step are now put in progress, all in a bid to resolve that issue of concern, to bring an improvement to the team. So the Scrum Master is putting or pulling everybody together. There are times where the needed help is outside the team. So the Scrum Master would chase up those individuals and ensure that they could join that meeting so that they could bring value and think through the resolution on that matter. So these are some of the things the Scrum Master does during the parking lot meeting. When you roll over into the project, we've been able to create some avenues for you to have your own parking lot meetings. And of course, we would be there to give you the necessary support to see how you facilitate those conversations and bring value to the team and ensure the team stays focused on the sprint goal and they are able to deliver the right value. So that will be all for this particular class. As I mentioned, it would be a short class, but I believe you will have a clear understanding what the Scrum Master does at the parking lot meeting as well. If you have any question on any area you want us to expand further, or you need me to expatiate on one or different angles to this, please let me know. I'll be glad to do justice to them. So we'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. Again, you are welcome back to class. And in this lesson, Module 3 under the Scrum Master training, Module 3, Lesson 9, I believe, yes, this is Lesson 9. Still narrowing down on the Scrum Master, we shall now focus on the Scrum Master's role or the roles of the Scrum Master to the product owner, to the development team, and the stakeholders. In the last class, we concluded the roles of the Scrum Master in those meetings, the Scrum events and the other two meetings we added. That's talking about the backlog refinements and the parking lots. So we've now understood how the Scrum Master facilitates those meetings, those engagements, what he or she looks out for, how to bring improvements, and all the rest. And those really are what we would be looking out for when we um, roll over into the practicals. Um, the coach, the agile coach, would be with you in all your sprint events while you're doing your daily stand up, your sprint planning, to ensure that whosoever is rolling as the Scrum Master for that sprint would be able to demonstrate all those value, all the facilitation, removing blockers, removing impediments, targeting risk, um, coordination, um, continuous improvement, and all the rest. All the rest. That is where all the knowledge you have acquired so far would begin to come to bear. So at this latter end of module 3, we now take a new turn to look at what the Scrum Master does for the product owner. What does the Scrum Master do for the developers? And that is the development team. And what does the Scrum Master do for the stakeholders? All right. Without much time to be wasted, let's jump over to the lesson. Module 3, Lesson 9. Okay, so we'll start from the responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the product owner. That's where we start from. What are the responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the product owner? From the Scrum Master to the product owner. The first one is managing dependencies and risk. Dependencies and risk would impact on the delivery of the product owner. The product owner um, should deliver on the sprints. Mind you, we said the product owner is the stopgap or the middle person between the stakeholders and the team. So when dependencies risk, I gave us an acronym earlier which we call RAID, standing for risk, assumptions, impediments, and dependencies. These would affect the delivery of the product owner, the owner of the product, right? So the Scrum Master would be supporting the product owner to ensure that dependencies and risk are taken care of. Of course, I mentioned in the last class also, or one of the classes, that how to deal with assumptions is right information, knowledge. So during the sprint planning and the backlog refinements, the Scrum Master wants to ensure that there's adequate knowledge. When there is knowledge gap, the Scrum Master also thinks out of the box and sees how um, the team could overcome such. I mentioned in one of the classes also that when we get to module 4, we would be looking at some of those ways by which the Scrum Master um, could use what we call Scrum best practices to deliver the best value of delivery for the team. So the Scrum Master here supports the product owner to deal with dependencies and risk. How do we deal with dependencies? Dependencies is to plan the workflow in such a manner that what is dependent on would be delivered first before what would be impacted. What do I mean by that? Let's assume that while we're building the house we mentioned, the plumbing team needs to lay the pipes before the concrete is poured. So when the when the plumbing team has not laid the pipe, the bricklaying team, or the, what should we call them now, the bricklayers, cannot deliver on their own task, right? So you want to plan your work in such a manner that while the plumbing team needs to have the story or the task of laying pipes in their sprints, they should have that task early, while the bricklaying or the bricklayers would be pouring the concrete as a task should be later. In actual sense, how I would plan such the workflow would be that we could bring the plumbing teams laying the pipe into sprint 1 and make pouring the concrete sprint 2 or sprint 3, meaning the plumbing teams would have finished what they need to do before the task of filling the concrete is ready to sprint on the bricklaying team's board. Am I sure you could get that? So in that sense, when you having dependencies come to play, when you begin to have multiple teams working together on the same product or on the same project. So the way to plan for it is the work that needs to be completed first needs to come to early sprints. The work that needs to be completed next would then need to go to latter sprints. So giving room for a team to have accomplished theirs before the second team starts theirs because it means if you put the same effort together for both teams, while team A would be able to commit to that sprint, that particular story is not ready to sprint for the second team, right? So we need to make sure that there is that alignment of workflow such that the impact would not affect other teams. So that's how we plan for dependencies in Scrum. When you get to the product owner training, for those taking the product owner training also, we would explain further how all these things are planned for. There's what we call the story mapping. Story mapping is a technique or a practice whereby we align different stories in order based on their priorities. So in the illustration that I made, um, um, laying of pipes has higher priority to pouring the concrete. So we want to bring laying of pipe as a task or as a story earlier before the concrete will be poured. So that is one of the ways we deal with dependencies going forward. But again, when we cross over to the product owner training, we will be able to expand on that more. Risk, I'll just talk briefly about risk also. There is what we call ROM or ROM, right? So we say that you roam the risk. I gave us an acronym for RAID, which stands for risk, impediment, assumptions, and dependency. So what you do to the R, which stands for risk, is to roam it. And what does roam stands for? R stands for resolve. So you need to identify which of those risks can you resolve. The ones that you can get the solution for, you would resolve them. There are some other risks you cannot resolve that you need to own. O stands for own, right? There is another you need to accept, and there's the last you need to mitigate. The difference between owning a risk and accepting a risk: owning means that risk that needs to be dealt with would now be assigned to someone who will own the risk. So in that stead, it means the risk itself becomes a work item, a task. You then now assign it to an individual that has capacity to work on that risk. That's what that ownership means. Someone would own it and deal with it. In scaled Scrum, for instance, Scrum at Scale, which is a scaled Scrum framework by Dr. Jeff Sutherland, has an escalation process. So when a matter is escalated upwards, it would be captured, it would become um, a story. At the lower team level, it was an impediment. When it becomes escalated upwards, it becomes a story that would be assigned to one of the senior management team members to deal with it. So that's what that ownership means. Then the accept of the risk. This is a kind of risk you cannot do anything about it. You just need to go head on and face whatever the consequences of that risk is. Then the last one also talks about mitigating risk, where you um, buffer for the impact of that risk, where you make the impact of the risk less. That's what it means to mitigate the risk, right? So that's one of the things the Scrum Master does for the product owner. Other things is collaboration and support. The Scrum Master is there to support the product owner all through the way in anything being done, including facilitation of those meetings, ensuring that the product owner has more knowledge agile wise. I've mentioned again and again that in most organizations, you would find out that the product owners were project managers under the traditional ways of working waterfall that got converted into product owners. So they may not have sound knowledge of the clear duties of that role. So a good Scrum Master is collaborating and supporting the product owner. Then, of course, he enforces Scrum values and principles, which is similar to what I've just explained, guiding and supporting and coaching the product owner in this case, ensuring that the product owner himself understands Scrum and is able to follow the practices, the value, the pattern of Scrum. What you could find on the field sometimes is a product owner that has the old mindset of the project manager. So, as a project manager happens to be the boss, but the product owner happens to be a member of a Scrum team. So, there's a huge gap in those two roles. So the Scrum Master is there to support the product owner to grow in agile knowledge, to begin to see value from agile and to begin to develop. Then, of course, the product owner, the Scrum Master supports the product owner also in facilitating or co-facilitating the backlog refinement, which was what we took time to look at in some of the lessons we've had um, um, just some time ago. Then, while the product owner is engaging with the stakeholders, a smart Scrum Master wants to be there with the product owner so that he can also have good picture of what the product being developed is. I say clearly that the Scrum Master's role has to do with the process of work. That's what the Scrum Master focuses on. But there are two legs the Scrum Master should balance on. The Scrum Master also needs to balance on the product leg, needs to have what I often term the technical awareness on the product being developed. When you have good knowledge of the product being developed, you'll be able to support the teams better. And one of the ways you would really do that is joining the product owner, supporting the product owner when those stakeholders engagements are going on. Then, of course, towards the release plan, there's what we call the release plan. The release plan is any work that has been fully developed before it gets deployed to the end users. There needs to be a release plan. For those going through the product owner training, we'll take some time to look at the release plan, where in this case, some certain conditions need to be met. There should be good plan for contingencies, for emergencies when some of those products or features are released to the end users. So the Scrum Master is always there to support the product owner, and of course, ultimately for continuous improvement in every way that the Scrum Master could ensure that the burden of the product owner gets lighter. The Scrum Master is expected to jump in and support the product owner. So that will be the end of this class. If you have any question, please note them down and send them across. I'll be glad to shed some more light on those gray areas, and we would be able to move further on same. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next class. Bye for now. Well, welcome back to class, and we're going gradually to the end of this module 3, and this is the 10th lesson in module 3. And in this lesson, of course, as we can see from the slide, we would be looking at the responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the development team. In the last lesson, we looked at the responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the product owner. That's in essence how the Scrum Master supports and guides the product owner in delivering on his role or her role. So in this class, we now shift the focus to the development team, talking about the developers. Okay. Now, the first one, which of course by now I believe every one of us should be able to relate to well, is the Scrum Master removing obstacles. So interchangeably, we use obstacles, we use impediments. They are synonymous in meaning. They could have some slight differences, but they are synonymous in meaning. Anything that is affecting the delivery of a sprint goal could be referred to as an obstacle or impediment. So, of course, the Scrum Master is supporting the developers to remove those impediments. Supporting the developers, the Scrum Master is supporting the developers to remove those impediments. That is one thing. A Scrum Master should be able to know of, to be conversant with, to ensure that the developers are able to focus on work. So in practice, some of the things a Scrum Master may want to do while you are joining a new team is to catch up with each of those developers. I do that when I join a new team. I have one-on-one meeting with all the developers after I would have had one with the product owner. I will now have one-on-one meeting with the developers, engaging with them, introducing myself to them, giving them some knowledge of the value that I will bring to the team, and I'm there to support them, in this case, that individual developer. So I'll be able to now ask the developer what he or she is working on, and some of the challenges he's been facing or she's been facing, and how best I could support that particular developer. So developers are quite glad when a Scrum Master does that. You are catching up with them, you are showing them some support, you are also buying trust, and of course they will be able to tell you some of the obstacles that they are having, which when you note them down would give you that background understanding of how the team, of what the team is, how they deliver, and the challenges they've been having. So that's one. Then two, the Scrum Master also coach and mentors the developer in the ways of Scrum. Your coaching and mentoring is to help developers adjust to Scrum. Most developers, they do not know about Agile at all. Some developers know about Agile, but they don't know the differences in the different frameworks in Agile. Some developers also enjoy working alone. They work in silos. Some could have been working alone all their lives. Now they belong to a team. So you need to support those developers to begin to build the agile mindset, the growth mindset of working together collaboratively, self-organizing in a team, building a cross-functional team, building autonomy into the team and all the rest. So the Scrum Master is coaching and mentoring the developers to begin to imbibe good agile practices. All this flow into um, areas like progressing your tickets on the board, adding comments to your tickets for better transparency, flagging off quicker when you have impediments or challenges. So, in a nutshell, the Scrum Master is supporting the developers to imbibe a good culture and understanding of Scrum. And by so doing, they'll begin to see the values Scrum had brought. These steps further also, beyond just in a nominal way, the Scrum Master is facilitating those Scrum events and other meetings. The Scrum Master is also ensuring that the developers understand the value of each of those meetings. The developers should be able to know the benefits each of those meetings had been developed or designed for. So, from that angle, they would be excited. They will see it those events as added support for themselves. They would be excited to come for those meetings because they could see value from those meetings. So it's important that the Scrum Master, while facilitating Scrum events and other meetings, is also coaching and guiding the developers on the values of those meetings. One other thing you want to do also is to begin to encourage your team members, particularly when it has to do with the daily stand up. Your team members should be able to self-organize themselves in the course of the daily stand up, whereby after a while the Scrum Master should just be joining and should just observe the developers run their thing. I've mentioned in previous classes that the daily stand up belongs to the developers. That is one of the questions you could meet in your certification test. The daily stand up belongs to the developers. It is a meeting for themselves to update themselves. Is an inspective transparent meetings for the developers. It is to improve coordination, collaboration towards the sprint goal. But the Scrum Master is there with them, supporting them when there are issues, is jumping in to help them resolve those issues, and is also teaching them, coaching them on how to run such a meeting effectively. Is making sure that the agenda of each meeting, um, the agenda of the meeting are followed. Is also making sure that the time boxing of each of those meetings are adhered to. Then, of course, I've explained enforcing Scrum values and principles. By now, we should know that those 5 Scrum values, talking about focus, openness, respect, courage, and commitment. Commitment towards the sprint goal. If you need to catch up on that, please go back to module 1 when we discuss the Scrum values. Of course, so the Scrum Master is enforcing Scrum values and principles amongst the developers. And of course, it says it's supporting a dynamic team, dynamic in the sense of adaptation, of quick adjustment, quick alignment, responding to change. Developers sometimes could find it difficult to respond to change, but the Scrum Master should be there to support the team to be dynamic, to be adaptive, to be flexible and embracing change, to be able to imbibe the growth mindset, to be able to embrace self development also, which pays better for the team on the long run. Then, of course, I've mentioned this in one of the previous classes that the Scrum Master is there to protect the team members, to shield the team members. And one of the ways the Scrum Master does that is to make sure that the stakeholders are not sending tasks directly to the developers. I've mentioned in some of those classes that the stakeholders should always go through the product owners. All requirements are to be sent to the product owner who prioritizes such into the product backlog, and the team now sits and deliberate on it. Where the Scrum Master observes that some of these stakeholders are beginning to send work items directly to the developers, that means some troubles are coming for the team, because the team will begin to lose focus. The team will begin to have so many tasks outside what they can see, and it will begin to impact on their delivery. That could happen in an organization where you have stakeholders from different departments, and coincidentally those heads of those departments know the developers directly, so they may tend to send mails directly to the developer and say, I need this, work on this. That should not happen in a Scrum team. Every requirement should come from the PO to the development team. So the Scrum Master is needed to shield away the Scrum team from such interferences, in particular the stakeholders. Then, of course, the Scrum Master is there to track the progress of the developers using different measurements and metrics. By the time we roll over to the practicals, you would be exposed to how to track the progress of the developers, how to use different forms of metrics to see what developers are delivering per time. Some of those metrics could be the sprint burn down chart, the sprint burn up chart, the release burn down chart, the velocity chart, the cumulative frequency chart, diagram, and so on. So there are various metrics that the Scrum Master would be able to track alongside with the development team to ensure continuous improvements, to know that the team is delivering the right value, the team is moving in the right pace also. So those are the major responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the development team. And that will be all for this class. If you have any question, please send them across. I'll be glad to expand on them. We could have some time to catch up and look and provide some more answers to them. In the next class, we shall be looking at the last lesson for this module, which would be about the responsibilities of the Scrum Master to the stakeholders. So we'll see in the next class. Bye for now. Okay, we have come to the last lesson in the third module. The third module focusing on the essential roles of the Scrum Master. And in this last lesson, the 11th lesson of this module, it's not the last lesson of the training, by the way. We still have the fourth module for the Scrum Master training. But in this third module, the last lesson of the third module is the responsibility of the Scrum Master to the stakeholders. Let's make this quick and short so that we can have our time back to ourselves. Okay. In the last lesson, we looked at the responsibility of the Scrum Master to the developers. In the lesson before that, we looked at the responsibility of the Scrum Master to the product owner. So this covers the last angle that we could look at the Scrum Master from. So the first one, as you can see from the slide, is facilitating meeting, which by now we are all quite familiar with, that the Scrum Master facilitates meetings. He ensures or she ensures collaboration, the right questions are asked, the agenda for the meeting is clear, the agenda for the meeting is followed, the time boxing is right, ensuring a progressive conversation in the course of those meetings. So the Scrum Master is that bond that pulls all the right conversation together for all manners of meetings. Then secondly, the Scrum Master is managing the stakeholder expectations. Yes, this role clearly belongs to the product owner, but as a smart Scrum Master, you want to also understand the expectations of the stakeholders. In the lesson where we looked at the responsibility of the Scrum Master to the product owner, we mentioned that a smart Scrum Master would be joining the product owner at stakeholder engagement meetings. So in this case, the Scrum Master is also taking notes of the expectations of the stakeholders. Is taking notes, managing those expectations. So while the team is also delivering or developing the value, they are developing exactly what the stakeholders want. Then from there, we move into gathering and incorporating feedback. Feedback is key in Agile. We say customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And what Agile Manifesto says on that is, while we value contract negotiations, we value more customer collaboration. And the essence of collaborating with the customer, in this case the stakeholders, is to have the feedback from the stakeholders, where we have the right impulse from the stakeholders. We'll get to know quickly. So as the product owner is noting that, the Scrum Master is also noting that. A smart Scrum Master would be a good fit into his role and into the product owner's role. That is how to demonstrate value for yourself. That's how to bring some worth from yourself to the organization. And of course, it's also resolving stakeholders' issues. There are times that there could be conflicts from the stakeholders or conflicts between the stakeholders and the development team. The Scrum Master is resolving such matters, is looking at them, ensuring that Scrum is well practiced, the 5 values of Scrum are well enshrined within the organization, is helping them to resolve, to identify the issues that the stakeholders have raised, and is looking at them to resolve them. And of course, we know that the Scrum Master brings transparency and visibility to workflow. The transparency and visibility is something that should reflect to the stakeholders also, not just within the team, but the stakeholders. While we started early, that is in module 1, we explained that a stakeholder is anyone with vested interest in a project or in a product. So in this case, the stakeholders um, need to have transparency, need to have understanding on what is being developed, and the Scrum Master is ensuring such is followed through and through. It also helps both parties, that is the stakeholder party and the team party, that's the Scrum team party, to adapt to change, adapt to change, and manage that change with the stakeholders. There are times that major requirements could change. There are times that scope could also change. How would that be received? What is the impact of that change? How do we deal with that change? How do we prioritize that change? How should we ensure that the team sustains morale and delivers value that the stakeholders want? So that is what adapting to change management is. Then, of course, continuous improvement, which reflects on transparency also. Every process of work becomes clear to the stakeholders, and they can see through and through that the team is delivering value. And of course, ultimately, organizational transformation, agile transformation of the entire organization, agile transformation of the entire organization. So the Scrum Master is looking forward to an overall agile um, growth in the entire organization. And of course, when we talk about the entire organization, we are talking about the stakeholders. The stakeholders are the key personnel of the organization. When the stakeholders embrace agile, delivery become um, deliveries would become smooth. Deliveries would become smooth. So the Scrum Master is looking at the bigger picture. How should we take stakeholder Scrum forward to ensure that value is delivered to the entire organization? So that brings us to the last lesson in this module, the module 3. And in this module 3, we've looked at different essential roles of the Scrum Master. We started from the um, characters, the visual characters of the Scrum Master, and we mentioned 8 of them. The Scrum Master as an impediment remover, the Scrum Master as which is that second now, the Scrum Master as a change agent, the Scrum Master as a coach, the team coach, the Scrum Master as a teacher, the Scrum Master as the Scrum Master as a mentor, the Scrum Master as a serving leader, the Scrum Master as a team manager also. So that was where we started the training for the third module on. Then from there we went to look at the roles of the Scrum Masters in all meetings, the 5 events, plus the backlog refinement and the sprint planning. Then we are ending it, or we have ended it, the third module with the responsibilities of the Scrum Masters to the product owner, to the developers, and to the stakeholders. If you have any question in any of these, please note them down and send them across. I'll be glad to shed some more light and explain further. Thank you very much. We'll see you again in the fourth module. Bye for now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to class. This is the fourth module of the Scrum Master training. And in this fourth module, module 4, the fourth module, we would be looking at best practices in Scrum. Best practices in Scrum. I believe we have about 9 of them, if I'm not mistaken. Without wasting much time, let's jump right into it. And this fourth module would be the final module in the training on the Scrum Master role. So let's be attentive and jump right into it. So these are the best practices, or sometimes regarded as Scrum patterns, that we often make reference to in Scrum. Yes, 8 of them. 8 of them. The first one is interrupt buffer. So in this class, in this first lesson, we would be looking at the interrupt buffer. That is module 4, lesson 1. The interrupt buffer. Let's jump right into it. But before we do that, quickly, these patterns in Scrum had made Scrum to stand out from other frameworks of Agile. But there are quite a few of these patterns that we could see in other Agile frameworks also, called different names. Some of them we would mention to you as we go further. So let's jump right into module 4, lesson 1, which is the interrupt buffer. Let's take a look at this picture before we dig deeper into it, in the interrupt buffer. When we look here, we will see this gentleman with the bat in his hand, right? As if someone is throwing a ball, like a long tennis ball, to him. And it has an inscription here called the PO, the product owner. So this ball in the hand of this particular individual is a work item. A work item. And this individual could be said as a stakeholder. The individual could be said as a stakeholder. So what happens? Interrupt buffer is a planned allocation of team capacity set aside to absorb unexpected work or interruptions that arise during a sprint. I would explain that to us. The concept recognizes that while a sprint scope is intended to be fixed once it starts, real-world scenarios often throw up unforeseen tasks that cannot be ignored until the next sprint. So let's cast our minds back to what happens in Scrum. A team has a product backlog that they are working from, and from the product backlog they decide to pick some of those work to be worked on in a sprint. They pick some of those work to be worked on in a sprint. And this is what we have from the board here, right? They selected a few from the product backlog into the sprint backlog, and that happens during the sprint planning. That happens during the sprint planning. The sprint planning event, right? So the team decides what they would work on based on the team capacity. But what often happens is that in the course of the sprint, stakeholders come up and request for additional work, and sometimes those additional work could be urgent, could be quite important, and they want it done now. In natural sense, they can't wait until the end of the sprint or the next sprint cycle before the team starts to work on that piece of work. So the team needs to accommodate that piece of work. So what a smart team does, or sometimes the Scrum Master could introduce to the team, is to provide a buffer. And a buffer is a placeholder from the team's total capacity to be reserved for unforeseen urgent task coming in. So as that unforeseen urgent tasks are coming in, you can see this work item is in green. So when it came in, because it is urgent, due now, we have provided some availability in the course of the sprint to accommodate that piece of work. The ones that are not urgent would go into the product backlog, but these ones that could be urgent would be accommodated in the course of the sprint. So the question is, let's assume, we mentioned that during sprint planning, we plan based on the team's velocity. Let's say a team's velocity is to accommodate 100 story points, right? In a sprint, 100 story points. Let's now assume that from the entire 100 story points, the team had filled up all the 100 story points and they do not have capacity to accommodate anymore. Then suddenly the stakeholders sent across that we need an urgent work to be done. As a PO, yes, you want to negotiate, you want to look at the impact on the team and all the rest. But when leadership comes to say this is urgent, for instance, let's assume that your team works on the website, and one of the features you are working on or you've worked on that you've delivered is the payment platform of that website. You are now working on other important features. Suddenly, in day 2 or day 3 of your sprints, there is a bug that is making payments platform not to be effective. Payments could not be concluded, and that needs to be urgently fixed. Would you say, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have capacity to work on it in the course of the sprint, we need to wait until the end of this sprint, which could be in another 2 weeks? No, you wouldn't. You need to accommodate that particular piece of work. So that is where the interrupt buffer comes in. Some team would have, or for you to effectively use interrupt buffer, the team would have reserved some capacity of their total availability in the course of the sprint to accommodate for buffer. So we could conclude that from every 100% we have, we are reserving 15% as our buffer, right? So we would load up the remaining 85% with work and leave 15% empty to accommodate an urgent work. More particularly when we realize that that team often receive such requests. I would go through some of those requests that could come. I've mentioned one. You just find out that the payment platform is not working, right? So the team needs to would have reserved some percentage to accommodate for those. So the question I'm sure will be going through your mind now is, what happens if in the course of the sprint a team does not receive any urgent requests and they've reserved 15%? What happens to that 15%? Obviously, mind you, in the course of this training, we've spoken extensively about the backlog refinement, which prepares for future sprints. So in a case where the team does not receive any to fill that 15%, or they receive just a bit to fill that 15%, they will then go to future sprints as they are consuming the work they have here. By the time they finish these ones, they would go to the future sprints and bring some work item from the future sprints to fill up the buffer. That's the question number one. I've just answered that. So let's also now say the team reserves 15%. But the request that came as urgent is 25%. How would the team deal with it? In the same manner, the team, because this is urgent, mind you, underlined, urgent is something that needs to be attended to in the course of the sprint. The team would now look at the sprint backlog. For them to bring in 25, that means from the 85, 10% needs to go back to the product backlog. So they will look at which story is least in priority that would amount to the remaining 10%, and whichever story that amounts to 10% that is least in priority will be taken back to the product backlog to accommodate the entire 25% into the sprint. So that is how the interrupt buffer works. There is need for us to understand what the capacity allocation is, which is what I've just explained. Instead of allocating the entire 100% to the team, they would reserve some percentage to work to accommodate the interruptions. Then secondly, there are different types of interruptions, as I've mentioned earlier. It could be a critical bug fix, like in the illustration that I mentioned, where they realized that payments could not be made on the platform. And of course, if payments could not be made, that means no fund is coming into business. So it becomes a critical bug that needs to be fixed. It could be support work or any other high priority issue that requires immediate attention. So the team would have prepared beforehand the size of their buffer, what the size of the buffer is. That would have mostly been done at the sprint planning meeting or the sprint planning event before the sprint planning is concluded. So that is how interrupt buffer is made in Scrum. So let's go to the next slide and see some of the considerations we have for interrupt buffer. Some of them I've mentioned in the explanation I made earlier. So number one is to understand the need for a buffer, which is what I've explained. We need to understand the need for a buffer. You don't use the buffer anyhow. You need to know what the need is. Where a team does not have interruptions, then you don't need interrupt buffer. So interrupt buffer is to accommodate for various distractions that come in the way of the team, and those distractions are urgent matter to be worked on. There's a similar practice. This is out of the scope of this training, but I will mention it for your knowing. There's a similar practice in Kanban also, Kanban framework, which we call expedite lane. It is used also to accommodate urgent work. It works in a similar way as the interrupt buffer. Then, of course, the size of the buffer, just as I mentioned, is it 10%? Is it 15%? There is no rule of thumb per se for what your interrupt buffer could be. It is just a team thing for you to know how much of interruptions do you have sprint in, sprint out. More particularly, when your team is responsible for some work that has to do with support or services or fixing bugs, the rate of those interruptions will determine the size of the buffer. Then, of course, you need to set clear guidelines. Where clear guidelines come to play is that not all requests would jump on interrupt buffer. There are some, as we saw in that first slide, there are some that would go back to the product backlog. So not all requests would be accommodated on the interrupt buffer. Then, of course, you need to know what your communication channel would be with the stakeholders. You need to manage that properly. Then, as I've mentioned, your interrupt buffer should be accommodated, should be set during your sprint planning. That's the best time you would have prepared for the interrupt buffer. Then you need to continuously monitor and adjust as the interrupt buffer comes. Different interrupt buffers come. Then, of course, you need to prioritize those interruptions also. And lastly, you need to check the impact of these interruptions on your velocity. So as you are developing further, you will be checking the impact of the interruptions, and you are recalibrating your velocity time and time again. All right, so that will be where we'll stop this class. Module 4, lesson 1, looking at the interrupt buffer in Scrum. If you have any questions, please note them down and ship them across. I'll be glad to entertain them. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. So you are again welcome back to class. And this is the fourth module of the Scrum Master training, fourth module, lesson 2. In the last lesson, we discussed about the interrupt buffer. But in this lesson, of course, the interrupt buffer as one of the practices in Scrum, one of the best practices in Scrum. And in this class, lesson 2 of the fourth module, we will now look at what we call yesterday's weather. Yesterday's weather. In previous modules, we've mentioned about this again and again. Yesterday's weather. I'm sure you have some understanding of what yesterday's weather is. So let's jump right into the class. We'll see from the picture here, just as laying the background for the class. We'll see from the picture here, making reference to a sprint that becomes the forecast for the future sprint. This is a sprint, a past sprint, that becomes the forecast for the future sprint. So what then is yesterday's weather? The concept or the practice called yesterday's weather is used to forecast, just as I showed now, to forecast the team's capacity for work in the next sprint based on their performance in previous sprints. The performance of the previous sprint would be or would serve as a forecast for the next sprint. However, please take note that the assumption is that the best predictor of future performance is past performance. I was making an explanation in one of the classes using someone as an individual. Let me relate about that individual again. Let's say that an individual eats about 8 wraps of pounded yam at a sitting on a good day. On a good day, when all things being equal, when such a person is hungry, that individual eats about 8 wraps of pounded yam on a good day when such a person is hungry. So for future forecasts, you could now begin to say this individual has capacity to eat 8 wraps of pounded yam on a good day. That good day is with same condition. That's what that's telling us, right? When external conditions remain consistent. When the external conditions remain consistent. So the external condition in that illustration that I made is when that individual is hungry, he could eat, or the individual, I do not want to use he or she, so it won't sound as if the he eats more than the she. Okay, so the individual eats 8 wraps of pounded yam on a good day. So there would be some days that the individual may not consume as much as that. Let's say, for instance, the individual stopped by somewhere and they've served that individual a bowl of rice before arriving back home. So that proportion of 8 wraps would go down. The person may not consume as much. or there could be other factors. But what we're saying in essence is that when external conditions remain consistent, we can now use the previous performance as a yardstick to measure future outputs or outcomes, right? We can use previous performance to measure future outcomes. So when calculating yesterday's weather is based on velocity. We know what velocity is. Velocity is the total story points a team was able to complete in previous sprints. So we need to consider the historic velocity, looking at the total story points. And in calculating yesterday's weather, we often make reference to between 3 to 5 sprints, 5 previous sprints, and we find the average of 5 to previous sprints. So perhaps a team did 100 story points in sprint 1 and did 70 story points in sprint 2 and did 130 story points in sprint 3. If we go by that yardstick, the average of those 3 will then be 100, right? So we can say that the team's performance or the team's velocity for story points settles around 100 total story points, sprint in, sprint out. So that is how we have some understanding of how to calculate yesterday's weather. We need to consider the team's capacity. We need to continuously adjust that team's capacity as we go further also, and encourage sustainability while that is being done. So that's essentially what yesterday's weather is. We use previous performances to make judgments or as a yardstick for future forecast. So let's look quickly at some of the considerations for yesterday's weather. Number one here is that the team itself needs to be educated about it. The team needs to know what we are making effort to do, need to have a clear understanding that the yardstick or the measurements of previous performances would be the metrics for future outcomes. Then, of course, you need to ensure that your data is accurate. The accuracy of your previous measurements is important. Data is accurate. You need to find out if the team is estimating closely to the actual. That is when you check the estimations before the sprint and the actual after the sprint, how close are they? So the quality of your data would go into how reliable your yesterday's weather would be. Then, of course, you need to consider external factors. We've spoken about that. Then, of course, you need to adjust for improvements and anomalies. There would be variables as you go on. For instance, your team member drops at a time, you need to adjust for that. One of your team members went on vacation. One of your team members moved to another team. All those need to be factored into your calculations. Then you need to also integrate with retrospective. Retrospective is very important, where you reflect. We know what the retrospective is in the first place. Then you should also combine this with other estimation techniques. Estimation techniques such as what your team does sprint in, sprint out. How do you estimate? What's your story point measurement? Are you estimating based on points, or you are estimating based on hours, which is time? Then of course you need regular updates and feedback, which would help in your continuous adjustment, and more importantly too is to set realistic expectations. So basically those are the considerations for what yesterday's weather is. It's a short lesson. We have basic understanding earlier, but that is how yesterday's weather is used. Is for the forecast for the future, but we make use of your team's velocity as a yardstick to measure the future. So that will be the end of this class. We will see again in the next class. Or if you have any question, please note them down and send them all across to me. I'll be glad to explain further. Bye for now. You are welcome back again to class. We are still on the Scrum Master training, module 4, and this class is lesson 4 of the module 4. In the last lesson, we looked at another best practice in Scrum called swarming. And in this class, we now be taking the 4th best practice in Scrum called daily clean code. So what then is daily clean code? This class would be a short class because we do not want it to be out of scope of this training. Daily clean code appears more technical, but we'll just explain it for the purpose of this class. So daily clean code is just a practice, a standard practice that ensures that a team cleans off every effort that had been done in that day, and the team passes that effort as okay before the close of that day. So how it works is, let me use the building illustration where you have bricklayers working on the project. And today we said we would lay blocks for one of the walls and we will complete that particular project. Let's assume the work starts by 9 a.m. and we finish by 5 p.m. So if we implement daily clean code, we could now say as a team, instead of everyone to stop their work by 5 p.m., let them stop by 4:30 p.m. The remaining 30 minutes before the close of the day, each person will now check what they have done for that day and be sure such had been done properly. We want to check it against the standard. So in this illustration of using the building, by 4:30 the bricklayer stops laying new bricks or blocks on the wall and goes to check all the work he had done for that day to make sure they are properly done, they are aligned well, they are cleaned up, they are ready for the next phase. That's what daily clean code means. What that does for the team is that it takes care of rework. It also ensures that standard is followed on daily basis. Some experiments had shown that every time you leave work with errors for a day, when you come back to that piece of work the following day, you will need to struggle to understand what work or what error it was the previous day. In this case of using a bricklayer, let's assume that a bricklayer has not laid a particular portion well according to the standard, and that is left over the night. By morning, it would have cured more, it would have solidified more, and it will take more effort to now correct that piece of work. So daily clean code ensures that the standard is checked daily, the work is passed daily to have met the standard agreed by the team. That's what daily clean code is all about. So we are checking a piece of work done for that day, and before we close for that day, we are also checking if that piece of work has met the standard we agreed initially. So where we have acceptance criteria, that piece of work when completed for that day, we are checking it against the acceptance criteria. Where we have definition of done, we are checking that piece of work against the definition of done for that day. Where we have standards that have been defined, we are checking that piece of work against standard that has been defined for that day. So let's look quickly at some of the considerations for daily clean code, and I'll go through this quickly. As I mentioned earlier, the class would be a short class. The first one is training and education. The team members need to be properly trained. They need to be able to know what is expected. They need to know what the standard is. The standard should not be one secret thing. Everybody is to be carried along to be in the know. Then secondly, you need to define the clean code standards as agreed. That should be clear to all. That should be open to all. That standard must be well defined. Then 3, you need to incorporate it into daily work. It's a practice. Your daily clean code must be a culture for the team. You need to implement it daily. And that one of the ways we do that is to leave some time out. Instead of doing more work, let's correct and make sure the ones done for that day had been done properly. Then of course you could introduce pair programming. Pair programming and code review is a practice borrowed from extreme programming. Pair programming is where you put 2 team members together. So while one is driving, the other is navigating. While one is writing the code, the other is checking the code. So that could lead us into peer review also. The code that is being reviewed together. Then refactoring session, where before you close for that day, you are also checking that all what you've done for the day fits into the whole bigger structure that you are building. When the bricklayer finishes laying the blocks, he now checks what he had done for that day as it fits perfectly into the plan of that building. Then also automation tool could improve your processes, where you can use that to check against. Continuous integration is one of the agile engineering practices, which means as you are finishing, the quality is okay, you've tested them, you can begin to integrate them into the workflow, into the delivery processes. Then lastly, feedback and iterations. Though that would be the end of this class. As I mentioned, it will be a short class on the best practice of one of the best practices in Scrum that we call daily clean code. We'll see you again in the next class. If you have any questions, please send them across. I'll be glad to answer them. Bye for now. So we're welcome back to class. We are still on the fourth module of the Scrum Master training, and this, I believe, is the fifth lesson of the fourth module. In previous lessons, we've seen some of the best practices in Scrum. We started by looking at the interrupt buffer, from where we looked at yesterday's weather, then swarming, and in the last lesson we looked at daily clean code as practices in Scrum. In this fifth lesson, we are looking at a practice we call stable team. Stable team. What is stable team? Just as it sounds, and if we look at that picture, it means a team that is stable would focus better. A team that is stable would focus better. A stable team in Scrum refers to a team or a group whose membership does not change frequently. Whose membership does not change frequently. And if we look at this slide, on the left side, we would see the members changing from a team of, we can see the guy in green, this guy, coming in and going out. We can see the guy in yellow coming in and going out. We can see another guy that is joining the team. So those are disruptions to the team. On the other side, on the right side, we can see another team with stable members. So what happens with this is anytime you add a new team member to your team, that team member needs time to settle in, needs time to understand the product being developed, needs time to begin to collaborate and sync with the rest of the team members. As that individual is doing that, let's assume another team member is pulled out. It could become more critical when the most experienced member of the team gets pulled out, right? So the interruptions would be impacting on the team performances. The interruptions would be impacting on the team performances. So that's what stable team is all about. The team composition remains consistent over time, which brings various benefits to the Scrum team and, of course, to agile processes. The concept of stable team aligns with agile principles of self-organization and close daily cooperation between business people and developers. So there should be that understanding between business and the team. With a stable team, predictability of the team would be determinable. What I mean by that is when you have a stable team and you have a steady or reasonable team velocity, then you can now predict the performance or the delivery or the timeline for that team. But when you are pulling members out or bringing new members in, you cannot have a good forecast. Also, it will impact on the efficiency. It will impact on collaboration. Your team morale would be impacted also. Every now and then, a new team member is lost. A new team member is pulled out. You are going into a new sprint. In the last sprint, you have 5 members. In this sprint, business got across to tell you that you have only 3 developers left. That would affect the team morale. The members you have been working with, you've been growing with, suddenly one of them is pulled out at will, and is pulled back in. So that would impact on the team performance. It will affect knowledge share also, because over time, beyond just you've equipped a particular individual with so much knowledge, and before you could say Jack, that person had been pulled out of that team, you would feel discouraged to be giving your best to that team. So those are some of those things that has to do with stable team. But in essence, stable team is when the members are not pulled out or pushed back in frequently. When you have a group of membership that does not change frequently. So let's quickly now look at some of the considerations of stable team. Okay, so from here we can see the benefits. Some of the benefits are what I mentioned earlier. Then of course your team composition. You want to make sure that your team has all that is needed to deliver. There are times you want to work on that commitment, long-term commitment. Businesses sometimes would request or ask members to commit for a period. If they have a critical development that they want to deliver in 6 months, they could ask the team members if they would be committed all through the 6 months, so that frequent changes or frequent loss of members will not impact on delivery. So there could be that common agreement for long-term commitments. Then of course you want to have clarity on your roles. You want to ensure ownership and management have support. That ownership has to do with the team themselves. Members of the team that are stable, they have that sense of commitment. They have that sense of ownership to that team. And of course, as they build on further, they have that clarity on their roles. But in addition to that, you want a buy-in from the management team. You want management team to always know that they wouldn't be pulling members at will. I shared in class a time ago in one of the places I worked. I had one of my teams was quite unstable. We had 2 part-timers. One was working Monday to Wednesday. Another was working Tuesday to Friday. 2 members were part-timers. To make the matter worse, the technical lead moved to another role, and we had just 4 developers. So we were left with 3 developers, 2 part-timers, 1 other full-time part-time full-time developer. As to make the matter more complicated, I could remember a time that the business got across that that particular full-time was needed by another team. So I was shocked. So I was left in that sprint with just 2 developers. By that time, the tech lead had moved to another role. We were left with 3 developers. 2 were part-timers, 1 was a full-time. That full-time was now requested to move to another team temporarily. In actual sense, I was told that 75% of his time in that particular sprint would be used with another team. So what then is left? So I had to have a meeting with my with the leadership to discuss that. So in essence, when a team is stable, that team will be able to deliver adequately also. Then of course you want to build trust. An unstable team, you would from time to time have to resolve conflicts when there are such. But as team members begin to work together, they begin to become more self-organizing and solve their own problems. You want to also measure the performances of that team from time to time. The stability of the team would ensure that they deliver better, and performances would indicate that. Want to make them to be flexible. Of course, we all know what flexibility is from the agile perspective, and continuously have good feedback loop from the team to know how to further improve the team. So that will be the end of this class. It's another short class. So in all, we should note that a stable team is a team that keeps its members, and that the members are not frequently changed. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be glad to have some time to explain further. We'll see you again in the next class. Bye for now. So we are welcome back to class, and we are still on the Scrum Master Training Module 4, and this is lesson 6. And the last lesson, which was lesson 5, we looked at stable team. And in this lesson, still on best practices in Scrum, we would be looking at a practice we call happiness metrics. Happiness metrics. So what then is happiness metrics in Scrum? So happiness metrics in Scrum refer to qualitative measurements of team morale. Qualitative measurements of team morale, satisfaction, and overall emotional well-being. We want to measure the team morale. We want to measure how satisfied the team is with their work and with the organization. I want to measure the overall emotional well-being. So happiness metrics is to determine the team's psychological safety also. In Agile, we recognize that the team's performance, delivery, and contribution is dependent on the team's psychological safety. How satisfied the team members are, how emotionally balanced they are. And that is what happiness metrics is used for. So in happiness metrics, you could have different ways to carry them out. You could carry out some of which could be satisfaction survey, or you could check out for the happiness indices. You could also do one-on-one sessions with developers, team members, to know what their pain points are, to know how well they are satisfied in the team, how well they are satisfied in the organization, what are some of those things they want improvement upon. The better the wellness or the morale of the team members, the more improved their deliveries would be. You could also be checking for this in the retrospective, or do what we call team health check. But basically, that is what happiness metrics focus on. Happiness metrics focus on. You want to determine the well-being of team members. You want to know how satisfied they are in their role and in the organization also. So let's quickly look at a few of the considerations in determining happiness metrics. You want to first define a clear objective. Why are we doing this? What are the benefits we need from this? Some of those I've mentioned earlier. Then you want to select your relevant metrics or tools to use. I've mentioned some of those in the last few minutes also, talking about satisfaction survey, or doing one-to-one sessions, or checking for happiness indices, or checking for teams health check, and all the rest, to determine the happiness of team members. Then also frequency of measurement. How frequently do you want to do that? But more importantly, or also important, is the anonymity and confidentiality of this. You must be able to paint or have a safe environment where team members could express themselves without being picked on, without being labeled or being taken badly. A safe space for team members to express themselves. You want to ensure there is transparency and adequate communication. There should not be negative energy. You want to also action the insights for continuous improvement. Whatsoever you realize, you also want to action it. So when you carry out happiness metrics, the indicators and the outcomes of that metrics should be actioned. You should look at how you can use the metrics to improve the team. Then also accountability and ownership of that team members is important, in addition to the impact of that evaluation. So you want to consider the impact of that evaluation. Mere conducting happiness metrics for team members periodically could even improve the team's psychological safety, could improve the team's morale, could pass the message across that business or leadership has the interest of this team or this workforce at heart. So it's one of those things you want to do while you're working in Scrum. That will be the end of this class. I guess this will be the shortest class in all the best practices we have looked at. You should find some time to expand on this, look at some of those measurements or some of those key things to understand and know how to apply them. But if you have any question, please let me know. I'll be glad for us to expand on these as we go further. Some of this will be discussed or we would engage with during the practicals also. Bye for now. Again, you are welcome back to class. We're still on the fourth module of the Scrum Master training, and this is lesson 7. We are just this lesson and another, which would be the last lesson to go. In the previous lessons in this module, we've looked at 6 other best practices in Scrum, and this is the 7th one. If I remember well, we've spoken about the interrupt buffer. We've discussed about yesterday's weather. We've discussed about swarming. We've talked about daily clean code. We've also discussed about the stable team. And in the last lesson, we spoke about the happiness metrics. And this is the 7th lesson. In this 7th lesson, we would be looking at a practice we term a team that finishes early accelerates faster. A team that finishes early accelerates faster. So what does this mean? This actually sounds just logical. It's just a logical statement. But this logic had been demonstrated, had been well thought out, had been practiced. It has been propounded to be true that a team that finishes early accelerates faster. Let's put our mind back to the product backlog. One moment, let me get my pen. This is the product backlog. And in your product backlog, you have different stories to work on. So what this practice or this culture talks about is when a team focuses on just few work per time in the sprint, rather than committing to so many tasks beyond what they can undo in a sprint. The team that commits to fewer would finish early. And what that does is when they finish early, they would be able to go back to pick more work. And in actual sense, I have practicalized this over the years with my teams, where I would find some ways to insist that the total work we commit to in a sprint should be measured against what the team's velocity had always been. Rather than over committing to task, let us pick on what we can finish in time. Let's look at this picture on the screen for a moment. On the left, we can see this individual and the other person having a conversation. Hey, we can pull more item into the sprint. Why? Because in his hand, he has done. So the task at hand had been done. It has been finished. So it's communicating with the other person that we can pull more work items into the sprint from future sprints, mind you. Then the other response, great, let's look at the backlog. The backlog. Either you want to look at future sprints that you've prepared from your backlog refinements, or you want to look at your product backlog if you do not have work that is ready to sprint in your sprint placeholders. Then he responds or thought to himself, I think we can increase the size of the next sprint. Why? Because they take a few that they can deliver on per time. Imagine you have two persons demonstrating how to eat. Well, some of us may disagree with this analogy that I want to make. One person puts a portion of food in his mouth that the mouth can accommodate per time. That could aid him to eat faster compared to another that stocks everything in his mouth. Or let's use another illustration, because I'm sure some of you could argue that the more food you have in your mouth, the more you can eat. Like some typical politicians from some places that I do not want to mention, that want to stock their mouths even when they can't take some more, right? So let's use an analogy of you having just two arms and two hands, and you are giving work or benefit is passed to you from time to time at interval. As long as those benefits keep rolling in, right, you can pass them on. But when suddenly you have your hand overfilled with a lot per time, you may tend to struggle with that. But what this practice is telling us is that it is an idea that a team which consistently completes its planned work ahead of schedule is likely to improve its efficiency and velocity over time. A team that consistently completes its work, the planned work, ahead of schedule is likely to improve its efficiency and velocity over time. And what are some of those benefits? Such a team would be stable. They will work at stable pace. They can always focus. They can always continuously improve. And of course, business can also predict the workability or the efficiency or effectiveness of that team. Such a team can pull more work when the one they are finished with is done with. Thus, they gather momentum as they go on. And more critically, this is very important, please note, this practice is one of the ways Scrum reduces wastages. That brings us to the other picture here on the right side. You can see this guy overloaded with different work, is struggling and is in work debt, right? There are so much for them to do, and they will have a lot of unfinished work from time to time. They will have work items that are nearly done. They wouldn't be done. A lot of them will be nearly done. Why? Because one person focuses on different tasks per time. You want to do this, 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 and that would eventually lead to burnout. Right? So a team that finishes early accelerates faster. Let's look at some of the considerations quickly. I've mentioned some of them. Number one is it's important for us to set realistic goals. We should set realistic goals. As a Scrum Master, you want to encourage the team including the product owner, to focus only on realistic goals. There's no point, personally for me, it doesn't make work sense for you to commit to so much work that you know that you can't complete in that sprint. You will see some teams, they will commit to work that they know they can only deliver less than 25% in a sprint. So why do you have those work items on your board? So you want to set realistic goals. I've spoken about sustainable pace earlier. So it encourages sustainable pace and it improves quality. Of course, obviously, because each story gets done in time. Of course, also, it optimizes the workflow. Your work pattern will be smooth. Then it empowers the team. The team will be more self-organized. No one will be breathing over them, right? And it promotes cross-functionality. Everyone begins to support everyone. Everyone begins to manifest more in their capacity. Then, of course, for review and reflection. And it's important, lastly, to celebrate successes. For every piece of work that gets moved to done should be celebrated. And one of the avenues you do that is during retros, when you commend your team members for great efforts. So that will be the end of this class. If you have any question, please let me know. We will now go over to the last one for the fourth module, and of course in this training on the Scrum Master role. Thank you. Hooray! We are welcome back to the final lesson in the training on the Scrum Master as a role in Scrum Agile. I want to first of all commend you for coming this far. If you are going through this lesson, then you've done so well. It's quite commendable that you've gone these lengthy lessons from module 1 all the way to this last module, module 4, and now the last lesson in module 4, where we've been looking at best practices in Scrum. And in this last lesson, we would be looking at emergency procedure. Emergency procedure as a practice in Scrum. But a quick recap, of course, is the last lesson, so let's have a quick recap. In this fourth module, we started with the interrupt buffer. And from interrupt buffer, we went to yesterday's weather, then swarming, then daily clean code, then stable team, then happiness metrics. And in the last lesson, we looked at a team that finishes early, accelerates faster. So let's jump right into it without wasting much of the time. So what is emergency procedure? Emergency procedure refers to a predefined set of actions and processes to follow when an unforeseen or critical issue arises that requires immediate attention and resolution. So emergency procedure would be triggered in Scrum. So we only use emergency procedure when there is a critical issue. Sometimes we use emergency procedure as a shutdown mechanism, is the last resort, is the final thing. We could cast our mind quickly to a scenario we often use emergency procedure for, and that is when there is fire incidences in a building. When you hear the alarm, you know you need to vacate that particular building, and that is what emergency procedure is all about. So emergency procedure is triggered. So when that alarm beeps in a building, there is a procedure to follow. So that is what we want to quickly look at, the procedure to follow. In a building situation, of course, when the alarm rings, one of the things we've been told over and over again is that you get up from wherever you are doing whatsoever it is and find your way through the fire exit route to the assembly point. You don't go back to pick anything. If you have an important thing, perhaps you have your phone or your laptop or your food or anything on your desk while you are in another place when the alarm rings, you do not go back. You immediately follow the exit plan to the assembly point. And from there, a trained expert to handle the situation will now come into the building. So that's what emergency procedure is. So we have same in Scrum. So such issues could range from several product defects to security breaches or any problem that must be addressed right away, even if it disrupts the current sprint. The aim is to manage these emergencies without causing undue chaos or stress within the delivery, right? So that is what emergency procedure is all about. So we could actually use some of those practices we've spoken about earlier as the action to take when there's an emergency. Such could be like swarming, where we need to swarm at that incident, when we look to look at what needs to be done. So let's look at some of the considerations quickly, so this class will not be too lengthy. So you want to define what an emergency is. What is the emergency that you are considering? Not every situation will be taken for emergency. You need to determine what your emergency is. So an emergency procedure would have been set beforehand. Business would have determined what the emergency procedure is. So we would have identified those likely emergencies. 2, what then is the emergency response plan? How do we respond to that emergency? Then 3, who does what in the case of an emergency? Take for instance, there is a security breach. What is the plan for that? Then who does what? Who undertakes what role? Who is responsible for what? Then fourthly is the communication channel. How do we engage in an emergency? Who sends the message across? There is a security breach. Who raises the alarm? Who do you raise the alarm to? What is the communication protocol? Then afterwards, you need to find out what the impact is by doing your impact assessment. You could do your root cause analysis to find out further. Then from there, you need to now also have consideration for capacity on your buffer and documentation. Everything you find out should be documented. On all the plans you've made, you should train resources adequately to manage those emergencies when they come up. when there's a trigger for such emergency, you should train your workforce adequately. Then still, which is the last one, you need to balance out the speed of work and conversations looking at resolving that emergency. So that would be all on emergency procedure. Quite a good number of teams or organizations may not have a need to use it, but it is an important plan or practice in Scrum to plan for the unforeseen. So when the trigger comes up, you know what to do. So that brings us to the end of this class, Module 4, Lesson 8 of the Scrum Master training, which happens to be the last lesson in this training. A round of applause for yourselves. Any questions, please? So thank you for starting the training with us from the beginning and seeing the training to this very last end. If you have any question at any time or anything you want us to further discuss, please reach across. I'll be glad to entertain them. Congratulations unto you for completing the Scrum Master training modules. So that will be the final bye-bye.